All right,
No,
you ready?
I mean, I was
Paul, you
a
ready?
couple hours ago.
The time is now 4:50, and the special affairs meeting is now called to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Ms. Worthing. You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. Reading of the disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Any public speakers?
Hello, hello. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm R. Earl Mitchell. I reside at 759 East Linden Avenue, over on the north side by the Graceland Cemetery. And for the record, Madam Chair, to my councilman Murphy. As you can see, once again, he's not here to represent the peoples, but he was over on the radio talking stuff like he's gonna jump out of the basement window, talking about he can swim with the sharks and stuff. But I want you to know, for the record, last week he called a town hall meeting at Falls Avenue. And I was gonna walk over there through Jefferson Park. And they said, man, I wouldn't walk through there if that was you. I be wondering what. And I thought about it, so I didn't go. And I heard him on the radio talking stuff like he about to jump out of the basement window, talking about the grass ain't cut over there and over there on Laredo Street. And but anyway, I'm saying this to Murphy, get over it, sir, because we the people gonna have our justice no matter what. And the mayor nearly downstairs ought to come to the council meeting and address itself about them $89 million talking about is already used up. We the people don't believe that. You just gave it to the lawyers and then not give it to the peoples because you're trying to undercut where you can pickpocket the peoples. And take that for the record. And you, sir, I almost called you Tarzan. I can't think of your name. I can't talk when you're looking at me like, now you got that funny grin. I can't even. Madam Chair, forget about that guy right there, because something about that guy. But he almost like killed him. I was going to tell Kildee to come and take care of the situation over on East Street, but I made the remarks of what the important paper said. He said in his garage and started laughing, but Kildee, he know how to take care of business. And like Governor Whitworth, she's saying, give the young people thing to think about, and she's doing right. The young people, instead of moving in with their parents, the parents moving in with the young people, then we can get some new houses. And
Mr.
that's my
Mitchell,
friend, government, huh?
that's your time.
So over and out, we the people still here without the poison water.
Any more public speakers?
Good evening, everybody. Name is Minister Booker T. Stevens, Minister of Music. God Almighty, I had to sing during the Martin Luther King had, and he lived on through my spirit. God put it on my heart and told me. I had to talk with him. I've been to the mountaintop. I had a conversation with God, encounter with God, and it's a lot going on here in Flint, Michigan. War and poverty. As I walk the streets in Flint, Michigan, Flint Town, Bear Rock, I see a lot of suffering, a lot of pain. It don't have to be the little one suffering. Mommy, daddy, I'm hungry in the middle of the night, the midnight hour. So it got to be a change sooner, very soon. So the way I was led by the Holy Spirit, it said, cast thy burdens upon the Lord, which he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved. But thou, O God, shall bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days, but I will trust in the Lord with all thy heart. We need justice. And I think we should make some changes very soon and very soon. Help is on the way in my heart, I believe. Russia and China, out of control, he tell me in my spirit. But that problem is already solved. I have the power in my hand, and no man, no nation shall overpower my power. Soon, very soon, that too should come to pass. And I wrote this song by me being a minister of music, and they go, in God we trust, we are the people. Thou must obey God, law of his land. I build this blessed of a nation of my mercy and my grace. Power of my sword, my law, my turf. No man will rule my law. Basic instruction before leaving earth. Follow my law of the land. Or I will express Jesus' love through my songs. His love is compassionate love. First, touch not my little ones, and a man of God, and a woman of my God, and of course my people. We should be set free. One day soon. That's my story.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day, blessed day.
Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? Seeing none, council response. Anyone want to respond from council? All right. Seeing none, council response is now closed. Now on to resolutions.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer,
make a motion for a master resolution to include 230047, 230048, 230049, 230050, 230051, with any separations, and I so move.
Support.
all right, so it has been moved and properly seconded for a master resolution. Any discussion? Any discussion in the first round? All right. Seeing that there's none, any discussion in the second round? All right, Madam Chair.
I want to separate
Uh,
230.
Mr. Mays,
Say what?
I said, Mr. Mays, we were moving on for the vote. I said we were moving on for the vote, so
Madam
I will
Chair.
acknowledge you.
Madam Chair, the floor is open and I'm asking for it. What are you talking about?
Well, if you're asking for the floor, you may have it. Go ahead.
I guess instead of saying Madam Chair, I'll say, Madam Chair, I'm asking for the floor. I want to separate 230050 if I have to. But right now, I want to find out who knows about this. I've seen Clyde Edwards. Did Clyde Edwards leave? Do you know about this Court Street money? Who knows about it? Because Suzanne, I don't see Suzanne here. Through you, Madam Chair, to the administration. Sir? Where did Clyde go? He coming now. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, could you approach?
Mr. Edwards.
Did you run up here, sir? People are waiting. Well, you can crawl if you have to.
sitting way back there in the first place. I've never seen it in no municipality. Mr. Edwards, if permitted, do you know the details of this 800 East Court Street Village thing? The young lady who's sitting there, she hit me to it prior to the meeting. And as I talked to her and got familiar with it, and you look at the background, it was a resolution passed on this prior, but something wasn't in order. I'm in favor of voting for it, but my question to her, and I think it's more appropriate to you and Suzanne there. What happens to the resolution that was passed that was out of order? Do it just sit there, or do we rescind it, or what happens? Are you familiar with this at all?
No, I'm not familiar with the situation.
Is Suzanne still working for the city?
She is indeed, and I can, see if I can make contact with her. She's probably still just up in her office right at this moment.
Yeah, that would be good, because if you look at the attachment, the background to it, what's the number on it? 230050. When you look at the background, it gives a resolution number. And the resolution number evidently passed. If I may, Madam Chair, to you, to the young lady who I spoke to, could she approach? Now, Mr. Edwards, I'm in favor of this, but she can explain what had happened. Can you? Push the button. You must have knocked it out. Clyde, can you help her with that?
Thank you. So it says, if a public or nonprofit entity receives home funds under a written agreement with a participating jurisdiction and loans the funds to the owner of an affordable rental housing, the public or nonprofit entity must be a subrecipient, subject to the home requirements for a subrecipient. As a subrecipient, the entity may not award funds to an owner it owns or controls in whole or in part. And so when we applied for the $300,000 of home funds, we did not have an LDHA at the time. We currently have an LDHA, and so our attorneys instructed us that.
Here comes Suzanne.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
I'm sorry.
Our attorneys instructed us that, the funds needed to be awarded directly to the LDHA and not through our owner organization and then re-granted.
Okay, and Madam Chair, through you to Suzanne, I understood what you had told me, and I support the 300,000. What I want to know from Suzanne, what happens with the other approved resolution? That just sit there, it dies? What happens with that?
Thank you, Councilman. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays. This is essentially just a name change. So this replaces the other resolution. We're changing the allocation that was
Let me
initially.
ask you this, do this resolution have in it that transitional change between the two resolutions, or it don't?
This replaces that resolution.
Do it say it in there?
It's just changing the name. So the award that you made originally to 300,000 to McFarland Charitable Corporation, that is, this is just replacing the name.
So the other 300,000, even though approved, it'll just sit there and disappear or be nothing. It's nothing you think we have to do on that?
No, this resolution absolutely replaces that.
That was home dollars from the block grant home dollar allocation.
Yes.
And that was for what year?
I think it was 22, 23. I think it was your recent allocation.
Was those dollars ever reallocated, or is these the same $300,000?
This is the same 300. Nothing is being changed except for the name of the organization.
So if we did nothing with the previous, it's just gonna be nothing. It wouldn't take no reallocation, no. If you find out different, let me know.
No, if we did nothing with the previous resolution, it would just sit there. We would not be able to use it because the name change has to occur in order for these funds to be used.
Yeah, the other one wasn't really qualified. Who should have caught that?
It's not an error. When the recommendation was made to give the funding, $300,000 to McFarland Charitable Corporation, that's who applied for the funding.
Right.
And that's who it was awarded to. It's just that it's a tax credit application, and tax credit applications require a limited dividend housing association be created at LDHA. And so that name was not
And
known
so
at the
that's what
time.
they have brought up to speed.
Yes,
Now they have that.
yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and thank you, Suzanne. Let's see how it plays out. I won't separate it at this time, but I want you to let me know if we have to reach back and do anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor to pass a master resolution, which includes Resolution 230047, 230048, 230049, 230050, and 230051. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The master resolution has passed. Now we're on to appointments. The chair will entertain a motion to approve appointment send appointment 230038, 230046, 23, just those two to council.
So moved.
All right, so it has been.
Support.
All right, so it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it says appointments number 230038 and 230046 was postponed from the February 22nd, 2023 committee meetings to this special affairs agenda, as the committee meetings was canceled due to inclement weather. I don't know if that means if we took action to send it to committee meeting, somebody can override that action and bring it to special affairs through you to Davina. Was there council action postponing it to a committee meeting?
No, they were new items for committees that never were
Beg
addressed.
your pardon?
No, well,
I remember
both of
because it's
these
Mama
are-
Soul's appointment to the DDA. I'm just trying to see was action taken on it.
no, other than it being postponed to the February 22nd.
Can
committees.
I really hear you? I can't.
I'm thinking these were both before, and they were postponed back to government ops. I'm not sure. I don't think they
Was
were
it a
new.
vote on it?
When they were moved back to the February 22nd committees.
Yeah, it should still be there then, shouldn't it? If it was voted upon, who can override that vote in between meetings? If it was voted upon, I don't know.
I operate on precedent.
See,
you
my
normally do.
position is this. The reason we were sending it back, well, I can only speak on my position. My position was over the course of meetings and years, I've seen us hold stuff up, send it back, looking for a resume attached. Some people debate whether that's in writing or whether that was just a past practice. My position is going to remain the same. I wouldn't care if Mama Soul changed the word bio to resume, but I'm going to still take the same position that I wanted it sent back to committee. Now, I seen Mama Soul. I didn't go over and talk to her at the Beecher game. Who was Beecher playing? My little nephew and them play Hamity, I think. And I looked over and thought about it. When I refer it to committee, or if our staff contacted her, or if I contact her, I wouldn't care if it's the same thing and it said resume versus bio. My position is the same. But before I get to that, I really want to know, did council take action to send it to committee? And if so, who had the power to move it to special affairs just because somebody canceled committee meetings? I don't agree with that. And that's why I need to know, how was it sent back to committee? Was there a vote? Do we know?
If you're asking, I did it, that's because that's what we.
You think it was a vote?
No, it was sent to,
And I can't recall, but that's why I turned to the record. If it was a vote, I don't want to get in the practice of voting to send something to committee, and then in between meetings, it shows up somewhere else. I don't want to get into that type of practice. Even though I support Mama Soul, I didn't support the cancellation of the meeting. But, you go with the flow. So here we are in special affairs. It's been voted to deal with it in committee, and that ain't happening. That concerns me. The easiest way out for me, if somebody, either our staff or myself or somebody, should communicate with Mama Soul. And I'm saying my Mama Soul, but Melinda Wilson. And I would take that opportunity to do it if didn't nobody from staff or the mayor's office or whatever. But I'm not going to change my position and treat one appointee different than another. Thank you. Let's see what happened. If I'm hearing that it was a vote to send it to committee, then it should still be in committee. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Councilman Mays, it was a vote. We voted to send it back to committee, and I do agree with you. My thing is, if it was voted to send it back to committee, I'm just wondering as well, how did it end up in special affairs? If the meeting was canceled, everything should still be in committee, as far as I'm concerned. But with that, I would like to make a motion, an amended motion, to send
yes.
230038 back to committee meeting. I think it should go to governmental operations.
Oh, okay, there's a motion on the floor to send appointment 230038 to government ops. Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported by Councilman Pfeiffer. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
On this particular motion, I might abstain and state the reason why. because there's going to be more. This is important. It's important for the DDA. It's also important for procedure and votes and what votes mean. But at the same time, I don't want to set a precedent that I'll wait till this discussion die down because I know that's your man. You ain't going to rule him out of order. And you ain't going to give him one warning. But for the public, well, since I got the flow, that's Eva and Quincy discussing who's sitting in what seat. And it's kind of disturbing the meeting, but you know, we got discriminatory first warning, second warnings. I guess they got it resolved. I don't know. But I'm going to say for 10 years of sitting on council and 20 to 30 years of attending council meetings, I've never seen such discombobulation on folks not sitting in their designated seat. It's really rules against it. It's out of order. Let me say this. However the majority of this council vote, we shouldn't even be at a vote, Ms. Winfrey Carter. When we vote on important issues, and you know, it might sound cliche, but people done died for the right to vote. On this council, we can enact rules, we can vote, and in the darkness of the night, somebody changes them. They don't follow the rules, the law, the charter. And this is an example of it. We shouldn't need an amended motion. It shouldn't even be on here. It should show up already in the next committee meeting. The makeup of this council changed based upon attendance. Mr. Murphy just walked in last time. Ms. Worthing ain't here. That's unfair to the democratic process to vote in one meeting and then come to another meeting that's more populated and votes done changed. It ain't reconsideration. It ain't a 30-day lapse. This is a little much. And this is not the first time I done seen council vote to change charter, to change rule, to change law. That's why I'm looking forward to March the 9th. It shouldn't take a court of law for grown folks to read and understand. We'll see what happens. So for those reasons, I might abstain on this vote and see what this unlawful majority do and don't do. We'll see. Thank you. It's already in committee.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right. Anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
through you to city attorney or the clerk, is there precedent on something that got a vote to send it to committee, but that committee was postponed or whatever else, that it automatically gets put on this agenda? Because to Mr. Mays's point, we acted on this and we sent it to committee, and we would have to act on it in that committee in order to move it forward. So is there precedent on this?
What I'm speaking to, that's the precedent has been, because special affairs is also considered a committee, that the items are, when you lose the quorum, when you don't have if the meeting is canceled or any other reason, we move them to special affairs when they are on their regular committee meetings.
Information.
What's your point?
Through you to the clerk, I can't quite hear what you're saying, and I really need to hear.
I was just saying, yes, precedent. That's why I put it on this agenda. It's because that's normally what you've done in the past when you don't have your committee meeting because it's canceled for whatever reason. When you lose your quorum in committees, we move it to the Special Affairs Committee because it is also a committee meeting for unfinished business or new items. Because most of the stuff is on a time. It's for this council meeting today. And this is based on precedent. It's what we've always done. This has come up before as an issue, but this is what we've done as far as I can remember. When you don't vote on something and it's on the agenda, for example, the ones that are on council, you have items on your council agenda that were on your previous council agenda. I didn't put them back on committees because they had moved to council. So they were on the 213 council. They are on this council. I didn't put them back on committees because they had been moved to council. These items hadn't been moved. Granted, I did put them on special affairs, but you can do just like Ms. Winfrey Carter has just done, move them back. But we put them on special affairs because there's a chance that you will want to vote on them at today's council meeting. So that's why we've always, for what
Point of information to you, to the speaker. Ms. Donahue, are you saying it wasn't voted on to send back to committee? Or was it voted on and sent back to committee? Or was it in committee and the quorum broke? I'm trying to figure out what's being said officially.
I can't speak to each individual item. The resolutions, all 5 of those, I believe those were all new items that were on your committees for the first time on Wednesday. I believe these 2 appointments might have been on a previous agenda and were moved back to those committees. So I can't say they have different reasons for being on the Wednesday committees.
Okay.
So
So-
the 5 resolutions, I believe, were all new. The 2 appointments were not.
Just to back up what Clerk Donahue is saying, I believe all the resolutions that are in the Special Affairs Committee today were on the agenda for Wednesday for the meeting that didn't happen. And so just as a normal course of business, those would be moved to Special Affairs for this body to deal with however it chooses. I do want to note, however, that I believe that for the appointment resolutions, Resolution 230046, the appointment of Bishop Jones, I believe that's a new resolution because I'm pretty certain I signed that for the
Point of information through you to the city attorney. You're stating that all 5 or however many resolutions was on committee, but are you defining if we took any action on any of them? That's where we
well,
stuck
obviously
at.
there was no meeting on Wednesday, so this body couldn't have taken any action.
So
No,
So, Mr. Mays,
I just want to be clear because I think that this is a good point that, you know, the stuff that's on committee that is new business or unfinished business transfers over, but we acted on 0038. So I'm wondering, should that act follow unfinished business if we send it to committee? I'm just trying to get clarification, make sure that we're doing it legit.
Well, I think the fact that there's no issue with the fact that it's on the agenda for today, because as Ms. Donahue said, you know, the practice has been to move all unfinished business from the agenda to special affairs. This body can, if this body wants to have further discussions on that, and, you know, it's perfectly appropriate to send it back to the committee for the next committee meeting to deal with there. But the option is there for moving it to the Special Affairs Committee agenda gives this body the opportunity to make that decision instead
Okay,
of just having it.
I'm good with it. I just want to make sure we stay consistent and we have some kind of something in practice that we can follow going forward. So I'm good with the resolution or the motion to send it back. Thank you.
anyone else in the second round?
in the second round? Yeah, I would.
Mr. Mays?
I'm a little different from you, Mr. Piper. I'm not good on it because when the majority vote to send it to governmental operations, that's for a reason. And if you canceled governmental operations, whoever canceled it, it wasn't no majority vote to cancel committee meetings. Somebody canceled it, maybe one, maybe two, I don't know. But in fact, now you got a different makeup on the council. I'm not in the favor of null and void majority votes. It was a specific vote to send that to governmental operations whenever governmental operations happen. It's a reason for it. Now you got a different group of folks. I done watched them for years. I done watched how Worthing vote, Murphy vote, you. Ain't been a year for y'all. But I done watched voting patterns. And I've talked about it, not just here. When we thwart democracy, a vote means something. Whether you voting at a precinct, whether you voting in the council meeting, folks done died for the sacred right to vote. Ain't no way I'm gonna let folks in between meetings, one or two individuals, change a majority council vote. In effect, that's what y'all doing. Oh, I got my son's birthday. We got a little snow on the ground. I'm gonna cancel committee meetings because I can. Post it. Meetings is canceled. People still going to the store. I talked to some employees today. When City Hall closed, they have to use certain vacation days. They don't ask them, do they want to go home? And, you know, people make decisions. In this political arena of 8 or 9, one person can cancel and they'll say everything in committee moves to special affairs. That ain't where it was voted to go, to special affairs. Votes got to mean something. So I'm just not gonna be a part of it. Votes gonna mean something to me. Rules gonna mean something. It say, if you wanna change or amend the rule, go through the charter 1-801. It don't say 5 or 6 people can just change it. State law. You can't deliberate in a quorum outside of a meeting. Attorney Kim say you can. I say you can't. We're gonna see what the courts say. So I'm gonna live my sacred, I'm gonna do my sacred belief. I don't care who don't agree with me. I'm gonna be stupid and stick with the letter of the law. I'm gonna stick with my belief. I've been doing it since kindergarten, and I ain't went wrong yet. I'm not gonna set a pattern of folks doing stuff in between meetings, and then you gotta make up a council people. Oh, you need to be at this meeting. We got some important stuff. We gotta fix this. And then they vote. You have to be boo-boo the fool to believe that. And I'm not. Thank you so much.
Anyone else in the second round? Seeing none, we will move to the vote. So there's a motion on the floor to move appointment 230038 to Government Ops. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
No.
Mr. Murphy? No. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because in principle, you don't need a double vote on something you already voted on. And so for those reasons, I abstain. I won't be a part of it.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstention. Appointment 230038 has been moved to Government Ops.
Madam Chair,
So we're moving back to the original motion. And so now,
Madam Chair, point of order.
what's your point?
You don't rule back to the original motion. The original motion ain't got to be moved back to. The amended motion passes, it goes to governmental ops. Now, that's my point of order. You can rule on it.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Now, Madam Chair, I'm back to saying Madam Chair again.
So now
Madam Chair,
we are moving on with the meeting.
point of information, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Why won't you allow me to ask the staff to contact Mama Soul before we move off of this or something of that nature in between now and committee meeting? Why are you ignoring our opportunity to get to say that?
Well, I think the staff just heard you.
Beg your pardon?
I believe the staff just heard you. Yeah, we're trying to move on,
I
so.
had to use a privileged motion. I'm trying to do it officially. Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays,
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to Davina, Ms. Donahue. Ms. Donahue, can we make a note to contact Melinda Wilson, Mama Soul, in between now and the committee meeting? If she wants this appointment, I want her to have it. If I have to communicate with her myself, but I want to make a record where we talk. Have somebody already communicated something you want to say, Madam Chair, if she may?
Yes, Tiffany in the mayor's office has already been in touch. Well, she was going to take care of it when I spoke to her last week. So Tiffany in the mayor's office was reaching out to her and trying to get a resume from her.
So you think it's not covered now, but it might be covered by then?
Right. She was
Okay,
working on that. I just didn't
we'll
reach out
see,
to her.
because I want her to be successful, but I don't want to deviate from principles that I've used on others.
Yep, I'll
Thank you
follow
so
up.
much.
I'll follow up with Ms. Rodriguez right now.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Hurkenroder.
I'd like to make a motion to send appointment 230046 to council.
So there is a motion to send appointment 230046 to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if anybody know, who is they proposing, whose spot is they proposing Bishop Roger L. Jones Sr. replace? Or who is he replacing, or what vacancy in this 5-year term? Do anybody know a name or a person or whatever? If not, I'll look at it in between
Point of information.
special affairs and
Mr.
Point of
Mays, please hold.
information. It says open vacancy.
who used to be there, do you know?
No clue.
I want to know who's being replaced. Is Clyde around? Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, do you know how that seat became vacant and who held it?
Through Madam Chair,
Mhm.
to Mr. Mays.
You don't mind me saying Clyde, would you rather me
Okay.
say Mr. Edwards?
I will answer both. They both are.
Right,
not
I'll
given names.
answer whatever you call me as well, but I want to check.
No, I don't have that. I don't have information about the vacancy or, how long it's been vacant or who sat in the seat before the vacancy occurred.
Yeah, I can't speak for my colleagues, but for me, it's important for me to know who and how that vacancy occurred. That has more to do with my knowledge than it has to do with Bishop Jones. That Hurley Board of Managers is a very sensitive appointment for some. It's always scrutinized. And as soon as you can, between now and maybe council meeting, it should be, is it in the paperwork? Is it any background on this appointment? And
No, the only thing you have is the resolution itself, and then you have some information about the person. I don't know whether the clerk may also know. I don't, know. whether
I'll
she-
find out through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Donahue. Ms. Donahue, do we have any information in our packet as to how the vacancy occurred and who it might have been? Ms. Winfrey Carter, you see it, I ain't really dealt with my packet. I was dealing with court matters that folk got me in the middle of, but I really want to know how that vacancy occurred and who it was?
No.
Anybody?
There's-
Nobody know?
There's nothing in your packet, but I could do a quick search between meetings.
Beg your pardon?
I could do a quick search between meetings to see if I could. follow
Yeah, I
back.
want to see who that was. That would help me a lot. All right, we got time. It's been a motion made to move it. The council, I'm gonna reserve my opinion on the appointment. I like Bishop Jones. I'm okay with Bishop Jones, but I still want to know before I make my decision, what vacancy, how did it occur, and who it was. I'm always looking at the demographics and the people and the folks involved in appointments to the Hurley Board. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? Mr. Murphy?
Testing, okay. There we go. I don't have no cushion, but I won't be supporting no appointment at this point in time yet for Hurley Hospital Board. And my reasoning for not supporting an appointment at this present time, not saying that I want support an appointment for Hurley Hospital Board of Managers. But if you guys have been following the Hurley Hospital Board meetings, Brother Jaleel Carter, they have been advocating for issues going on with Hurley Hospital Board when it comes down to patients being mistreated, abused, allegedly, and waiting in a waiting room for countless hours, allegedly dying in a waiting room. There's just a lot of issues going on at, with the Hurley Hospital Board. To me, we really should be doing a subpoena to bring the Hurley Hospital manager, director, or board members to City Council and ask these outstanding questions on what is really going on with the Hurley Hospital Board. I'm not interested in appointing anyone on the Hurley Hospital Board that won't address the public when they come and speak. They have been going to Hurley Hospital Board meetings countless times. I've watched it live on Brother Jaleel Carter. I'm interested, even though I may not have been there present. I'm concerned. Not only am I concerned, I believe we put a referral in months ago when former clerk Inez Brown was here to see the makeup of the appointment of the boards. I don't believe we have received how many appointments of people that live in the city of Flint, how many people live outside of the city of Flint. There are some unanswered questions that I know myself I have asked and requested through a referral to see how many people that we have appointed on the Hurley Hospital Board that lives in the city of Flint, how many appointments we have that live outside of the city of Flint. Through you to the clerk, I would like to make a referral again to see how many people is appointed on the Hurley Hospital Board that lives inside the city of Flint. Are we in line with the charter as far as our appointment? I know one may be appointed by compelling reasons, so I'm not sure. I just want to make sure that we are lined up with the appointments. And I may want to question whoever is going to be getting appointed on the Hurley Hospital Board, because I'm not interested in appointing anyone and then residents coming to Hurley Hospital Board with issues with patients going in the emergency room being mistreated or being left there for hours. If that is, what can we do to support Hurley Hospital where residents ain't got to be waiting 2 days and a whole day to be seen, or somebody go in through a an accident and going there and something happened tragic in a waiting room waiting to be seen. Those are some problems with me. So because of that, I can't supporting anybody. I'm not even sure if I support the ones that sit on the Hurley Hospital board right now. So I just can't support anything. So when they go to city council, if it passed, it won't be getting supported by me tonight. Maybe in the near future, but not tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Murphy Carter?
I would like to make a motion to send 230046, the appointment of Bishop Jones, back to committee,
Point of-
governmental operations.
Point of information. You mean an amended motion?
Well, yes, an amended motion. I'm sorry, an amended motion back to committees.
I second that.
So it has, a motion has been made and properly second to send appointment 230046 to, what committee, which committee did you say? To Government Operations Committee. Is there any discussion in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
I listened to the maker of the amended motion. I'm listening to what I'm saying and have said. You know, when this council appoint people, some of these important appointments, folks should be here. And people might not do the comparison, but when you see folks getting appointed in Congress, you think I should run for Senator Jerry, this open seat. When you see people getting appointed in Congress, it's like a hearing. They scrutinize people. Mr. Murphy just kind of alluded to that. But Mr. Murphy also alluded to paying attention to the Hurley board. It ain't just what Paul doing.
Mike.
So now you got one of them old-fashioned radio-looking mics. But the point is this. I'm going to keep going. But the point is, it ain't just the Hurley Board of Managers. It's the appointees in City Hall too, Mr. Murphy. The problem is, council has the authority to scrutinize. Council has the authority to ask questions and make sure appointments and folks is right and see what attitude and philosophies folks have. The problem is not just this council, this the third council I done sit on. They don't, the individuals don't have the political will. They're not gonna meet. They're not gonna put Hurley Board of Managers or appointees under oath. Folk can tell this council and past council anything. And guess what they do? Nod their head and accept it. They could be telling them the truth and they might not, but it ain't no penalty of perjury. What I've noticed with the various council people is that maybe it's a lack of understanding. Maybe it's a lack of a political will to spend the time necessary to get appointments right, to get boards right. It ain't just the Hurley board. A lot of people be proud to be on the city council, but they ain't putting the work in. It's some serious work to get boards and stuff right. Right now, it's an advisory board running around talking about ARPA funds. It's really a multi-member body illegally appointed. So I'm with you, Mr. Murphy, on getting it right, but not just the Hurley board, other multi-member boards, the appointees and the administration. I've asked for that organizational chart and was waiting for a discussion, and I have to damn near go to jail just to get the flow. So I hear the talk. I'll watch this vote. But it ain't just the Hurley board, sir, ladies, gentlemen, and who got the political will to take the time and do the work. Folk want to get out of here, meet twice a month, get them checks, be out of here by 9 or 10 o'clock, half do the work, and you talking about scrutinizing a board, possibly calling people in, might have to subpoena and put them under oath to get the truth. Jaleel, I'm familiar with Jaleel. Where Jaleel at on other boards and issues, but Hurley is important. I remember when we called the National Action Network in when they said, don't put your hands on my baby. And I'm saying it the nice way. So it's some serious matters, not with just the Hurley board, but I'm gonna use this as a springboard to see if folks up here got the political will, wanna do the work, straighten out that board and some more, or just get some checks and be in the community. Hey, I'm a councilman. I'm a councilwoman. I'm a council. Oh yeah, I'm on the council. There's way more to it than that. Thank you so much.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? Seeing none, looking to send appointment 230046 to government ops. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Harkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no. Appointment 230046 is now sent to government ops. Moving on to ordinances. So the chair will entertain.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, thank you. All right.
I move ordinance 230053, 230054, 230055, and 230052 to council.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor to move ordinances 230053.
Point of order.
Oh,
Is all of these ordinances for first reading, second reading, a combination, do we know? You say they are first reading. They are? Madam Chair, that was my interruption. Point of order to find out. My colleague sitting over here who's supposed to be sitting over there say, so I've had my question answered. I ever get answered.
so there's a motion on the floor to send ordinances 230053, 230054, 230055, and 230052 to council. There's second.
Point of order.
Yes,
Can I just add with separations?
with separations. Thank you.
Support.
All right, so it has been moved and properly supported. Any discussions?
Yeah.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at because I haven't vetted these through you before I separate 230053 to you, to the city attorney. What is this? It says alcohol, liquor sales, consumption in public prohibited, possession or consumption in a public park or parkway prohibited, exception. And you know, I'm a Burston fan on Sunday, and I want to see what this is before I put my stamp on it.
Ordinances 230053 through 55 are essentially a package of ordinances.
They what?
They're a package of ordinances. They all work together. Several years ago, the state of Michigan changed, amended its own laws to allow for what are called, legally they're called quadricycles. They're often referred to as pedal pubs. They're essentially a kind of a super bicycle for people to travel around in. They can all pedal, have some drinks in public. A number of cities have essentially made provisions for that. To set that up here in the city, we created a licensing ordinance to license those kinds of pedal pubs and quadricycles so that there aren't an excessive number of them on the streets. And that
Yeah, you talking about the thing that be 4-5 people pedaling around and they drinking. I've
Right.
seen one downtown. Matter of fact, I rode on.
So 230055 basically creates the licensing scheme to license and permit those quadricycles to operate. 230053 and 54 amend current provisions in the city code that essentially prohibit anyone from drinking in public.
Okay, we already have something on the books for that prohibit drinking in public?
We do. That's what we're doing is we're having to amend those to create an exception so that people who are riding on these quadricycles and just pedaling can, have a drink while they're doing that. as opposed
What
to-
if I want other people to be able to drink? I don't just care about the people who pedaling. If folks
Well-
having a picnic in the park, why can't they drink? I might want them to drink. Can I make that law or I'm prohibited from making that law?
Well, that would be a law that you could propose. These
Well,
laws are
then-
specific to allow the quadricycles to operate because the quadricycles operate on streets. And as you might imagine, keeping people from driving drunk on streets is a priority for the city. So we're creating an exception that would allow people to drink
That
while
means-
they are riding on the quadricycle.
Let me cut through the chase what I'm getting at. We got certain parks in Flint. And I already know whether it's being enforced or not, folks drinking beer, wine, or whatever in the park on city property. Maybe it ain't city property if we lease it out for 10 years. But I'm not just interested in the pedal bikes. I would be interested in an ordinance that allows that. And you say, yeah, we had a right to amend it and do, but you saying, even though it reads consumption in public prohibited, possession or consumption in public park or parkway prohibited exception. That's the exception, but it's only for pedal bikes, right? If we wanted other exceptions, we'd have to put it in there. Correct? That's what you're saying?
Yes,
And this is for first reading.
yes.
So if these pass first reading, in between first and second reading, if my colleagues don't, it might not pass, but I'm gonna amend it for more than just a pedal bike. I want other exceptions, not just a pedal bike. I ain't gotta go and get a pedal bike and ride it through Burston when they playing baseball just to drink a beer. So I might do an exception. Now, contrary to popular belief, I'm not the one drinking beer and wine. Folks think that because of the incident. But the point is this, it's a lot of constituents and folks I know drinking. We ain't enforcing it, and so maybe we shouldn't. But I want to take a serious look at creating some polite exceptions more than pedal bike. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this. This seems to be, it seems like to me like a business owner came, or somebody wanted to open this business, came and is pushing these. My only question is how do we regulate it? And I don't believe that we are in the position to how are we going to collect taxes? Because if if the operator is in the city of Flint, how do we collect income tax on that if the business isn't set outside of Flint? Because I got to imagine that, we're going to let people in from whoever, Detroit or somebody, come up here and operate it, because that's where the majority of them are. So they're going to be a Detroit or whatever based business. They're going to come up here, operate. How do we ensure that we collect income tax on when they're up here working? What mechanism do we have to do that? Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney.
That would probably be more of a question for the city treasurer, as it's a tax collection issue, but I can tell you that under the law, regardless of where a business is headquartered, if the employees are working within the city, they are legally obligated to pay city income taxes based on the fact that they are performing work in the city. So how exactly that is enforced and what actions are taken to collect those, that'd be a question for the city treasurer. But I can just tell you that under the law that's already permitted, and we go, we do our best to collect the taxes from everybody that the city is entitled to collect taxes from.
And I didn't see in here, where is the fee for registration? I believe I read it, that the city council will set the fee for registration. Have we done that?
No, our intention was to submit a resolution for whenever the ordinance is scheduled for a second reading, so that the fee can be set at the same time that the ordinance is adopted. Just as try to be efficient.
Yeah. All right. I will not be supporting sending these to council. I think that there needs to be more conversations, and I don't see the city treasurer here, and I'm over people coming into this town, stealing its assets and not paying its fair share. So I will not be supporting sending this to council. I want to know how we plan on collecting taxes from all these employees. I know that you call any plumber or anything else that's outside of the city and they come in and work in the city, they don't pay city taxes. That's a fact. So I will not be supporting that. I want to know how we're going to stop that and start collecting the taxes that are due to the city. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing?
Maybe, I don't know if Suzanne can answer anything, but, or who? Rob, yeah. I need you.
Point of order. Let me be excused. for a
Through the
minute.
chair to Mr. Whittigan. I know that we do liquor licenses, and then I'm sure whatever they sell within here in the city would be taxed. So maybe he knows how this would work. The other cities do it. I'm in support. Detroit has them going down the street. Seen those. How does it work as far as the city getting revenue from the businesses, like tax or like liquor licenses, or how are we getting a benefit from it?
So I can speak to the tax portion. If I'm a good example, I work obviously in the city of Flint, but I live in the city of Swartz Creek, so I still am required to pay income tax. You're right, people don't. So we are, with the treasurer, we've been looking at increasing collections, enforcement on both personal income tax and commercial income tax. So it is an enforcement issue. Most cities struggle with that. Detroit, they changed to, they have the state of Michigan collect income tax for them, and that's through a very extensive contract. Excuse me. They've seen the benefit with that is the state can compare city income tax to state income tax, and so they've seen a drastic increase in collections. But City of Lansing does not do that. They're like us. They collect income tax through the city, and it comes down to enforcement.
So you don't, do the businesses pay for a liquor license? We do get them.
They do. I'm not an expert on that. I don't know if our attorney knows more about it. I believe that's through the state though, and we get part of that fee. Is that, they don't pay liquor license to us.
It's definitely paid to the state. I'm not sure what the city receives from the state for that.
But I can look into that for you. There's
Okay.
somehow, it's paid to the state. It doesn't come to us and then we get X amount. So I can
Okay.
look into that.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions. But I know the other cities do it somehow. So I don't know if we need that plan in place before others are comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, we can enforce now. You know, if we know of any businesses, commercial, or, you know, workers that might work in the city and live outside the city that aren't paying income tax, then we can go in for enforcement and enforce them to pay.
My thing with the benefit would be like, it's tourism. Like the more that we can build up that tourist base, like even just going to Detroit, you see them going around and you're like, oh, hey, that looks cool. Maybe someone might do it. And then when you're there, you go spend money and eat dinner and do all of that. So I'm sure it would help the city, but I get wanting to wait for more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whittigan. Did you want to?
Yes,
Ms.
please.
Priestley?
Mr. Whittigan. You know, I'm a tax preparer.
Yes.
Yes. And I have several customers who, over the years, I fill out their state, they say, don't file my city tax
Right.
return. I give it to them. They never pay it.
Right.
It's very difficult to track those.
Very
Understand
difficult.
that.
Yeah.
How about on the corporation side, that how many businesses do you know who are in the city who don't file their corporate taxes?
Yeah, so we are starting to look into that. We are starting to compare, you know, property tax. Let's go through our property tax roll and compare it to what businesses we have that are obviously paying property taxes, and then checking it with income tax to ensure these corporations are paying their income tax. You know, I've definitely, people talk and you always hear people come to me and say, do you know XYZ Corporation doesn't pay income tax? So it's something that we need to beef up collection or enforcement to start going after these companies that are not paying their income taxes. It's an issue.
I know for myself, if I hadn't directed my employer to withhold city taxes, they
Right.
wouldn't be, nor would they be reporting my wages to you.
Right.
So it is a problem in the city. And I do think that we could possibly work out something with the state so that we can cross-reference that kind of information. But I don't think at this point, holding up something that might help us in the future because of enforcement, which is an issue. I'm fully aware of that. But it's kind of like we're on an honor system and people aren't honorable.
Right, and if I may, you know, Councilman Pfeiffer's absolutely correct. It's an issue. And to your point, we can, you know, talk to the state, and then moreover, we can start talking to cities like Saginaw, who I know has just recently beefed up their collection on commercial to the point where, you know, they send the officers in and look, we caught you, and make an example. And we are going to start enforcing this. And when you start enforcing, you know, when you go into one company, everyone talks and they're going to start realizing, hey, we need to start paying our income tax. It is an issue. It's revenue that we're just leaving on the table and not collecting.
Right, and if we can start collecting some of that money, then we could be a little bit not hurting as much.
Right.
That doesn't make much clarity, but, you know, maybe we can pay our first responders more money by doing that, or in our other employees. So I'm not going to hold up it for that reason. I haven't decided. I do want to learn more about this before I go ahead and send it to council. But the reason why I'm not going to vote to send it to council is because I want to know more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judy. Any more questions in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
I don't need you, Mr. Whittigan,
Oh,
but hello.
okay. Thanks.
I will be supporting this, but I do want to send it back. And one of the things when we look at downtown, it is nice to have things downtown that you don't have to go to Detroit for. And this is one of those attractions. And what happens when you get people downtown? They spend money downtown. They go to the restaurants, they go to the bars, they spend money in the shops. So this brings people downtown. The cyclists or the peddlers, they don't provide the alcohol. The people have to provide their own alcoholic beverages. They don't sell when you pedal to ride. You have to, yeah, it's BYOR. Bring your own ride or bring your own beer, but yeah, you have to bring your BYOB. So
Point of information.
What's your point?
You wasn't on the pedal back. I was. Would it surprise you if they did provide and sell?
Improper point, Mr. Mays. Continue, Ms. Burns.
it would not surprise me, but
Point of order. What did you say?
Improper point.
No, it wasn't. You was talking to Attorney Kim. That was to her. It wasn't no improper point.
Again, Mr. Mays, you're out of order.
No, it's a point of order. I'm saying I wasn't out of order on your ruling that I was. Now, let's not get started early.
Again,
Because I
Mr.
will.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
that was an improper point of information.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, improper point of information. Is there a second to the appeal?
I am going to, because I there was relevance to his point. There was I didn't feel it was improper. So
Okay,
I
so
do
it was
support that.
so it has been moved and properly second. And so as chair, I'll go first. What I heard Mr. Mays state was a statement. The precedents of this council have been when you make points of information, you're asking a question, a quick inquiry. He didn't do that.
He did.
So what was the question?
He said, would you be surprised? Would you be surprised that the one that I was on, that they did sell alcohol? So he did form it in the state of a question. He did. And I was not the one he dealt with. I don't know which company he dealt with. So he did put it in the form of a question. You might not have heard it if you were talking with Attorney Kim. And I was not aware with him with that, because when I was stating, I was supporting it. So he did put it in the proper form of a question. It was relevant to what I had just stated, and he piggybacked off of that. So it actually was.
Okay, well, thank you. My apologies. I did not hear the beginning of the question. I just heard him make the statement. And so I will, 1 second.
Madam Chair, do I have the?
Okay, so I will withdraw that.
It's kind of late. Point of order is kind of late. It was my motion to appeal. You can't withdraw my motion. Now, y'all can vote it up or down, or you could ask me, do I want to withdraw the appeal? But Attorney Kim, you whispering to him, he's telling you wrong. That was my motion that was made and properly second. You can vote the right way, or you can ask, do we want to withdraw the appeal? But you keep listening to him.
So, Mr. May, would you like to withdraw the
I
appeal?
withdraw the appeal,
Okay, thank you.
and I so move.
So
And you can order it withdrawn without objection.
withdrawn without objection. Thank you so much, Mr. May. Back to you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So when I look at a downtown, I would like to see the peddlers there. We have the trolley that's down there occasionally when there are events, and to have those peddlers there, I think that would be a great thing. I'm going to support it, but I'm going to ask to, I want to have it sent back. That whole thing got me thrown off. I do want to send it back to legislation. It seems that some of my colleagues still have some questions on it with the open, with the alcohol. And I'm listening to what Councilman Pfeiffer is stating, and then listening to what Councilman Mays is stating. Can we make provisions? Because even down on Sundays or where there's baseball, nothing happens down there bursting, except for you can never find a parking spot even if you're there early, because it's so crowded. And people do watch baseball down there, and people do drink. It'd be nice if they could do it legally, because they're off on the sides and across the street. So I am going to ask to put a motion on the floor to send it back to legislation, Madam Chair. I would like to amend it to send it back to legislation. No, I forgot because they're all combined. That would be 23053, 23054, 23055. So those three that would, all three of those would have to deal with the peddling, the liquor peddle, the trolley peddling, whatever it is, peddle for liquor.
So there have been a motion on the floor to send ordinance 230053, 230054, 230055 back to legislation committee and properly supported by Ms. Priestley. Any discussion in the first round?
Yeah,
Any
real
discussion
quick,
first round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. May?
Yeah, I want to get more into it, more than this 5-minute discussion, moving it forward, first reading. I want to get into it. Ms. Burns, the one I was on, yeah, they were selling it, the driver. We gonna find out what's going on. Is it just allowed on public and in parks when they own the bike? They don't have to get off. Do they get off with the drink? It's a lot of questions, and so forth and so on. So I'm gonna support the amended motion to send it back. I look forward to the conversation. I won't have it now, but I'll have it then. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I'll support this going back. I have a lot of questions too, and I don't want to belabor those tonight. I have questions on enforcement with tax as well as who's going to approve these licenses, what kind of vetting there's going to be. I have a lot of questions, so I'll reserve those for legislative committee. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? Mr. Murphy?
Who was the author of this ordinance that was drafted?
The ordinance was drafted by staff in the law department,
By who?
by staff attorneys in the law department.
So what I wanted to know is why was it a need to change or amend ordinance 230053? And I guess I can fault myself for not knowing that you couldn't drink in the park. I came over there from Dewey Park where they often, I never knew that you couldn't drink in the park. I don't drink, but I mean,
Well, council member, if I can be brief, the ordinance as currently written prohibits consumption of alcohol on public streets. And if you're going to, if businesses are going to be allowed to operate these pedal pubs on city streets, they would need to be able to allow their passengers to basically consume alcohol while they're on the streets. So we had to create an exception for basically passengers on these pedal pubs so that they wouldn't be running afoul of this section 6-6 or section 28-28.6, because the state law that allows for the operation of quadricycles is qualified by saying essentially allows municipalities to prohibit them. So if we don't allow them to have their passengers drink, we would effectively be prohibiting them from operating that way.
So on one hand, we open it up for this cyclist ordinance that we trying to get passed, this motorcycles, bicycles in the light division, whatever you call it, downtown. But on the other hand, for those who come and visit parks, they are not allowed to drink in the park. Because I just want you to simplify what this is so we can cut to the chase.
Well, the entire thrust here is to create a licensing scheme that would allow for these quadricycles or pedal pubs to operate. If there are any further amendments that this council wishes to do to the others, to section 6-6 or section 28.6, those could be done now or separately. It's entirely up to this body.
Because the point that I'm trying to make, and once again, I don't drink, but it just seems like if I'm going to a park to enjoy myself, seems I'm not against them being able to have a beer in the park, or they little mixed drink, they liquor, whatever, just do it in moderation. So I did not know, or hopefully we're not creating barriers for people to come and utilize the park and not be able to drink in moderation. If this means that people can't come in, I'm not ready to vote on this right now either. So I'll support moving it back. I need to do a little bit more detail in reading. In the near future, to the attorney or to whoever doing ordinance or creating ordinance, it would be real helpful if y'all reach out to us prior to bringing it to city council, just in case we need to, prior to us, just in case, so we can have some dialogue and talk before it hit council, so that if we got any questions, I just want to just do a courtesy call and be like, hey, we got this ordinance and we just want to bring it by you, and this is the difference, this is what it is, and this is what we changing. You got any questions? So when we get here, but I'm not comfortable voting on this. Because if my family or friends or whoever want to drink a little beer in the park, I think they should be able to. Yeah, okay.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? All right, moving on to the second round. Anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
through you to the city attorney. City attorney, what department will be managing this? Because the ordinance isn't clear, it just says the director. And
Yeah, that's how most of the city's licensing ordinances are currently worded.
so will this be Suzanne?
No, currently pretty much all of this city's licensing activity is administered by the clerk's office.
So the clerk will be in charge of enforcement too then, right?
The clerk would be in charge of administering the ordinance, but it's kind of, if built into the ordinance is that the police department will also have a role in that. And if there were a need to take any kind of legal actions, say for, to revoke a license or to seek some sort of court order, the law department would of course be there to support them.
So one thing I don't see is there an approval process for the license? Is that clearly at the clerk's discretion?
There's provisions in there for that, but there's also essentially contemplated that the clerk or the administrator would have the ability to make rules to finalize all the provisions of the ordinance itself.
Yeah, no, we got to set
If I
the
can
fee.
direct your attention.
We have to set the fee on the master fee schedule. So we gotta do it.
What's listed as section 28-172.
So it would be on the clerk to verify insurance requirements each year, follow up on that. That'll be part of her scenario.
Yes.
Madam, it does, I'll reserve my questions. I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Sorry.
You're all right. You'll get the floor next. So in doing just some very short-term research, the Senate bill supporting this was passed in 2016. It's Senate Bill 165, and within that, the very first provision of this bill, it does say that we can that the individual, municipalities and whatnot would be able to impose like a fee or taxes on these kind of things. So we could work on that in committee. I don't care if we send it to council or send it back to committee. I think this is something worth whatever kind of conversation we have. I just think that as we continue to have these conversations, that we should look at state law and continue to use what is in state law to be able to help guide our decisions, which I trust that we will, especially with our legal team. But just being sure that we know everything that we are able to do, whether that be impose specific taxes, which is a charter mandated thing that we can do as council. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity here. I think to echo the sentiments of my colleague in the 6th Ward, I think that this is a great opportunity for economic development. I think that having some sort of I don't know, there's a lot of communities that have like social districts where they're allowed to, drink within a certain part of their downtown or a different certain part of the things. And this could be a really great way to like activate the river walk, although we'd have to be careful with the state park side of things with that. But I think that there's a lot of opportunities. But I think that we just need to make sure that whatever conversations we have, we're just keeping Senate Bill 165 in mind. So I think that'd be a great start. It's only a 5-page bill, so it'd be, something, yes, I can email you that. So that was it. Just Senate Bill 165.
Thank you, Ms. Herkenroder. Ms. Priestley?
Okay, so Ms. Herkenroder also alluded to what I was going to bring up, is that we have to be really careful because there's a lot of alcohol restrictions at day parks, and we are going to have a large section of a state park in this city. And so we want to make sure that if they are licensed and they are not able to be on state property in order to consume that alcohol. In many, not all locations have those, but I know that several of the parks that I go to for dog shows or whatever do have those restrictions in place. And I can see them putting an alcohol restriction on our park. So.
Is that it? Okay. Anyone else in the second round? All right, so seeing if there's no one else, looking to send ordinances 230053, 230054, 230055 to Legislation Committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Is not in. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Ordinances 230053, 230054, and 230055 have been sent back to the Legislative Committee. The chair will entertain a motion to send ordinance 230052 to council.
So moved.
Support.
It has been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Priestley. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
If I'm mistaken, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't looked at the background. I haven't looked at the details, but it says adoption of a job description and qualifications as it relates to the city administrator. Is this the one that came to us before where they trying to move it up to some about 150,000? I asked Mr. Edwards what he was trying to get. And so if I look at the actual ordinance, let me see if I can find it. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, do we want to, will you approach? Mr. Edwards, if this the same thing, I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked you before. How much money you trying to make? Or are you doing this for administrators in the future? This ain't got nothing to do with you or no desire.
I would tell you that it always has implication for the position itself. So
Beg your pardon?
I said that the ordinance will have implication for any city administrator, including me.
What you making right now?
99.
99,000. How much you trying to make?
As I said, when I was asked by Councilman Pfeiffer, he asked me if it was lower than the mayor's salary. I told him yes.
You say what?
He asked me if it would be lower than the mayor's salary, and I told him yes.
So why the range? Did the range change from the last time the ordinance came?
No.
But the range last time it was here was higher than that.
No,
the mayor's.
it's exactly the same resolution.
Yeah, and it was 150,000, wasn't it?
But that is for the classification itself so that it can be negotiated by any city administrator.
I understand. The mayor make 125,000. What you want to make, 124,000?
Less, yeah.
123. This remind me of one of them game shows. 122, higher or lower?
As I said, it would be less than the mayor's. It would be less
Ask
than the
me how
mayor's.
much money I want to make as a councilman. I'm gonna tell you, y'all be knowing what you want to make, and we a public body. Don't be shy about what you want to make.
If you like, I can explain it to you.
Okay, you get more time than I do under these goofy rules. The floor is yours. Stop the clock.
Having a range allows a negotiation with the mayor. The mayor and I have not talked about a single figure. This piece has to be done first. Then I'm able to talk with the mayor about a particular figure. But right now, that's not even a possibility till this gets passed.
Who told you you couldn't talk about it before this was done? Attorney Kim office?
Nobody told me I couldn't.
You can, can't you?
Absolutely, I
We
can.
got freedom of speech.
But why wouldn't I? Why would I until I have something definite?
I mean, I'm gonna talk about anything I want. I done been arrested for talking. That's one of the best freedoms we got is freedom of speech, and I'm a firm believer in it. Mr. Edwards, I don't like going around in circles, and I don't think that is wrong for you to talk to me about it specifically before I vote. And so, seem like you don't want to do that. We know it's lower than 125. We don't know if it's, you want to go from 99 to 101. We don't know if you want to go from 99 to 110. We don't know if you want to go from 99 to 124. But you know what I want to do? I want to go from 22,000 to 50 or 60 and ain't shy about it. But I don't control my salary. I got one vote on whether or not to allow you to get a raise at this point. What you think I'm gonna do at this point based on the public conversation we done had?
I really don't have any idea,
We'll see.
Councilman Mays.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. You know, I respect you, Mr. Edwards. When you took on the position of the city administrator, you knew what you was getting paid when they appointed you as a city administrator. And to all the people, all the staff members that's sitting in the back, they also know how much they getting paid. They knew that when they applied for the position. Through the chair to the attorney or to the clerk, I would like to do a referral to do a comparison of how much the firefighters is getting paid, how much the police officers are getting paid, how much people in other departments are getting paid, because here's where I'm at.
Point of information. They have a wage study already.
Well, I would like to get a copy of it. If you have it and you can send it to me.
Point of order. Madam Chair, did you say they had a wage study already?
Yes.
And did you say point of information and not put that in the form of a question? I'm gonna withdraw my point of order. I think my point is made. You was out of order.
Here's where I'm not comfortable at. I'm not comfortable giving you a raise and our firefighters are not getting paid decent, or our police officers are not getting paid decent. I need to make sure that our union workers are getting paid decent amount of money. So I'm not totally against changing the job classification, because if the job classification is to give you a raise, but yet and still we got other workers that's barely getting paid $11 to $12 an hour, that's problematic for me. So until I look at those pay rates across the board, because I think everyone deserves to be able to eat at the table. And when them firefighters get hired and have to do go out there and put their lives on the line, I believe they deserve a decent pay. So until I look at that, I'm not comfortable with anything as far as giving you a raise. Y'all just know how much y'all getting paid. I know at my job, outside of this, I know what I get paid. If I don't like it, I could just go find another job. That you get paid what you get paid. I think you get paid a decent amount of money. 99,000, that's a lot of money to me. We only meet for, I know you do a lot of work. You do a lot of work responding to, but I can't support it at this point in time. Not now. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. Good evening, Mr. Edwards. I will have to say with Councilman Murphy piggybacking off of our firefighters who are now, looks like they're working forced mandatory overtime. And I've been to some of those fires because I've had some in my ward. And one of the things they ask about is pay. Some of them are scared to retire because they don't have anyone to replace them. And they should have been retired. Actual firefighter, 20 years and is out, generally they're out. They're working way beyond that. And they're exhausted. And unfortunately, we had the death of a firefighter, and I'm sending a referral to find out if he was on mandatory overtime. They need relief. They need relief and they need better wages. And it's unfortunate. When we look at the wage study, and there was one, Councilman Murphy, and it came from the Michigan Municipal League, it only had 50 of the 50 comparisons, and it was a city manager and city administrator. A city manager and a city administrator are two different jobs. In the state of Michigan, we have 276 cities. And that wage study, it only had 50. Michigan has 257 villages. Michigan also has 1,240 townships. So in total, there's 1,773 places where people can live. I feel your wage study was very skewed. One, it only took a small sample and you had to belong to the Michigan Municipal League. Detroit isn't in it, Saginaw isn't in it. So we have 1,723 places that were not included to give you an average of what a city administrator or a city manager is. That to me is a big issue. I started working with you. You've received a $10,000 raise within the first 3 years. So it's not that you weren't given a raise. You were given 10 grand. I believe a portion of that came off of the Kellogg grant. Then we look at the average for a city administrator, because you're an administrator, you're not a city manager. A city manager has a different job. And generally on their job description, there's a lot more responsibility. The average for a Michigan one, which would include the 1,773, which includes our cities, our villages, and our townships, is $79,741. So when we look at that, and we're looking at our wages, and if we do nationwide, it went from 67,000 to 94,000, which is for a nationwide average. And in that wage study, which I didn't like the fact that it was just Michigan Municipal League. You had to be a member of that. Every municipality in Michigan is not a member of the Michigan Municipal League, which has the best wages, obviously. If I'm gonna pick a wage where I'm gonna choose it from Michigan Municipal League. I would have done that. They had some great wages there. And it's not a fair comparison when we're looking at other cities, when you're leaving out another 1,723 places that people live. So when we look at that, at this time, it's not that you've been here, you were given a $10,000 raise. So it's not like you haven't, but I know who hasn't been given it, many of these other departments. You know, they're working mandatory overtime. Our roads don't get cleaned up a lot. It's a lot of things when we look at that, you know, and being fair. I know you say you have a lot of responsibilities. You do now have a new deputy chief. And I don't know if if he has been changed to deputy chief, you did state that or chief of staff, that it would be changing soon. So some of those responsibilities are changing, but a city manager and administrator are two different. A city manager runs the city. We have a mayor. And so the mayor, you know, and your responsibilities and his, and on that wage study, it has city administrator / city manager. Those are not the same jobs at all. You haven't given us an exact where you want to be. You want to be in between. You want to cap it at 150, but go up, you know, slightly in between. So there's a bit of coyness in there because you know where you want to be comfortable at. I mean, that of course, I mean, you would know, because to go in to negotiate, you present this before us, you have a place or an idea where you want to be at. So at this time, I mean, it came right back in 30 days. And it's really pushing us when one of the things is salaries are not great for the city of Flint. You know, and I'm quite sure looking at some of these people who work here, they wish you were advocating for them to get higher wages. And they're not. Firefighters are tired. They're tired, mentally exhausted, and they don't make the money that they should. I'll wait for the second round, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Okay, seeing none. Anyone else in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Real quick, Mr. Edwards, I look at stuff seriously like this. I look at what the city attorney make. I look at what the finance director make. I look at what the mayor make. I look at the job that you do. You know, I ain't mad if folks want to make money. I ain't mad if they want to make six-figure salaries. But I am frustrated with the performance, not necessarily yours. I'm frustrated with the performance of the chief legal officer. The finance director told us for a period of time, I'm not even coming to the finance committee meetings, and didn't. Ms. Burns was finance chair. I was president. When the administration don't order department heads to do what they should do, that messes with our career. You think your career is important? To me, whatever career I got is important. This is the fourth meeting. Who did I ask you to bring to the last three meetings? You remember the person I requested? Make contact with. Want me to remind you? Brian Jarzinski from Ernst & Young. Where he at? Yeah.
Madam Chair. Yes, that contact has been made. And we discussed their attendance. And at the time, I think that there are scheduling conflicts, but plans are made to be present, to be able to have a discussion with.
When will we see him?
I would say at the next council committee.
Okay,
it
we'll.
is his idea to attend the council committee and answer questions.
That'll be
at
the fifth
council
round.
committee.
I'm gonna wait to see if him or anybody from his firm show up at the committee meetings. Because when I voted to give them $1 million as a compliance firm, they told me they had so many staff people and they could service us. Here we, the legislative body, control the purse strings. We sitting on $40–50 million. They the compliance firm. We got a rogue advisory committee out here. You know why I call them a rogue advisory committee? Because they're really a multi-member body. And whenever you got an advisory committee based upon the charter of one or more people, they should be appointed by this body. We'll get to that. Even if I have to file it myself. City attorney's office ain't gonna do it. But you got people running around in the community advising on $40–50 million. You got a compliance firm missing in action. You had a finance director told us in writing he wasn't gonna come, and guess who I depend on? You. You got a mayor, I don't even fool with him. I get to cussing sometime when I talk to him. Cause he ain't honest. He ain't had no degree, he lied on me. We in the middle of subpoenas now. Your name on one. I've added it to the list. The judge signed it today. The point is this, Mr. Edwards. I would feel foolish rewarding certain folks in this administration and we can't get the business of the city done. Had you been able to deliver when, what's the guy's name? He's been gone so long, I don't even remember his name. The finance director, what's his name? Whittigan. If you had ordered him to do what his job was to do when Ms. Burns was finance chair, I'd have been proud. I'd give you 10, 20,000 like it ain't nothing. If Murdoch had have been arrested with Chief Green rather than Chief Green standing up here arguing foolishness with me, I'd have been proud. If Brian Jarzinski came to talk about that $50 million on my first request to you, I'd have been happy. Who I'm gonna turn to in this administration to get the work done? Should I reward each department head who say they ain't coming to council meetings? Should I reward the city attorney and give him a raise of $20,000 because he told council people in the infant stages of their career they could deliberate outside of a meeting? You can't. Should I reward
Mays?
you for not being able to get these
Mr.
folks here?
Mays, please wrap up.
I will wrap up. So, Mr. Edwards, produce. We getting ready to go in the budget process. Should I start allocating raises before we go through each department and look at the budget? Can I get an organizational chart and who getting paid in the mayor's office? Think about some of that. You ain't got me in a position where I'm excited to give you a raise. Thank you so much.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, we had last week, and being a city administrator, which means you were over every department head, is that correct?
Yes.
So when we had the witness protection program and the staff left before 9 o'clock, I know things had gotten a little heated, and I had some questions about the witness protection program. And you and I have had a very polite exchange, and I asked you, did you have any information on it? And you told me you did not, because I had questions with Chief Green about it. So having staff here is very important. And even to this day, I still have questions about the witness protection program. And I have questions with the $300,000 that we passed on October the 24th. And then I was told I need to check with the city administrator. Then I was told to check with the finance. I mean, the buck here got to quit moving around. And I don't know, is it your job for me to find out? Who do I find out? Because the witnesses are advocating for themselves now. We actually approved, and it was adopted October 24th, to give $300,000 to the witness protection program. It wasn't done. You are in the meetings. I see you in the meetings all the time. You're here. But the staff, someone dropped the ball with this one. Those witnesses are out there. That money hasn't been given. Now they want us to approve the $100,000 which is from, I believe, is a grant. Where's the $300,000? Then it was blamed on the council. We did that October 24th, and it came out the same pool of money that is on the resolution in here to pay for the office chairs for the city council. It's item line of PSO 5. It's on there. So when we look at things, we got to tighten up, because when we ask questions, and most often a lot of the answers are, and y'all have a playbook, and I'll give it to you. The playbook generally works. Could you put that in a referral, and then I'll get back with you? That's the play. And a lot of times we don't get back with. We just don't. I've had conversations with certain departments when witnesses are texting me, calling me, and emailing every council member because they have not gotten what they needed from this administration. And these are solving cases with homicides, not even attempted homicides. People lost their lives, and they have to send emails to council people and calling everyone. Witnesses in the program that should have existed should not have to advocate for themselves. That is an epic failure, an epic one. And those witnesses have been in this auditorium and begging for help, left out there with no resources. That last meeting, you didn't have any answers. And that, to me, when we look at things, when I look at things, that to me is something that's serious. That falls on, you're here, the city administrator, and it's a lot that you're handling, but those people's lives are invaluable to them and to their families. And that, to me, was it's still a problem, because now to put a Band-Aid on it, we're on here supposed to approve $100,000. Nobody knows what a $300,000 is. That same resolution we approved for those chairs. So I get you want to raise. I don't know if this is it's not the proper time for me. I would like to see department heads being able to talk to council members or to answer questions or to get back with us. That's not happening. And that technically right now is underneath your leadership. We have been told they can't talk to us or respond. And that doesn't make sense to me. And then when you get people desperate emailing people, that shouldn't happen. So when we want to have fair communication and you want fair compensation, I believe you should be compensated fairly. I do. But also in the role in your job description is to work with counsel and to get back. Now, one thing I do know you did halfway well was you did an investigation on me, which was cute. I turned over to my attorney. I read the email, dig deeper. I mean, y'all went in on trying to find out everything about me. And that to me was disappointing because that's not in your job. I would have told you.
I don't, I have to jump in on that one, Councilwoman.
I'll
I don't have
see you.
anything to do with what you're talking. I don't know nothing about what you're talking about
Well,
right now.
I've learned how to work around the system. When any and all emails pertaining to Tanya Burns, and some of those emails came from you. with the request. I'll send
That's
them to-
false.
Well,
That's
you and-
totally
No,
false.
I'll send them
Totally
to you.
false. Yes, you will need
No,
to send that to
I
me.
will.
Not looking, no, you didn't receive any emails from me telling somebody to look into
I'll tell you
you.
what. Yeah, you did. You did.
No, that's
And
totally.
I'll share them with
that's-
you. I know,
Councilwoman
I've learned how to
Burns.
work around the system now. Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I cannot support this ordinance moving to council. First of all, I don't agree with the salary range. I think is just way too high. And then secondly, I have issues with the performance. Clyde, I have not been impressed with the things that have gone on with this administration. And so at this time, I don't think a raise of more than 99,000 would be feasible. And plus, I mean, we have department heads. When I look at our police department and our fire department, they need raises. So at this time, I cannot support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the second round? Ms. Harkenroder?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is where I'm at with this. I think that we need to realize that this ordinance is an ordinance and not necessarily a performance review. I also think that we need to realize that by increasing the salary range, we are setting ourselves up for success in the fact that as we continue to move forward and as cost of living continues to increase, we won't have to go through this ordinance process again to be able to see to adjust for wages in 5 years from now. I mean, who knows if they're going to be beyond this? We don't know necessarily. I think that this is opening us up for a good opportunity for additional talent or, I don't want to say, I can't think of the right word right now. But Mr. Edwards may not be here forever, right? And so we want to make sure that whoever does step into this next position, whoever that may be, is met with wages that are comparable across the state. And I think that the wage study is important. And I think it's also important to realize that, correct, not every city is a member of the Michigan Municipal League, but also not every city participated in the wage study. But I think that the cities that did are a very good representation of what we've got going on in the state. And I think that all of us are aware that this job is very difficult. We're all very, very much in the public eye. We're all spending hours and hours and hours trying to serve the city. And I think that we need to make sure that as we look to Flint's future, that we are remembering that this is not necessarily just a one-time thing for one person. This is changing the ordinance for city administrator. This is not changing the Edwards for Mr. Clyde Edwards, or the ordinance for Mr. Clyde Edwards. I think that we need to think about how we're going to be setting ourselves up for success in the future by supporting wages that are competitive and getting talent that is also competitive in the event that Mr. Edwards leaves the city. And we need to make sure that we know, and I don't think that we can't do things at the same time. I don't think that it's impossible to change this ordinance and to provide firefighters and police officers with pay raises. I don't think that those two are mutually exclusive. I think that we can do this together. The reason why this one's just different is because this isn't through the union, from my understanding. This is a procedural thing through the ordinances. It was very similar to what we did with Attorney Kim and with Clerk Donahue. So I'm still very much in favor of this. I can also count, so I don't think it's going to go to council, but that is just something that I would like to elevate to this body as something to consider as we continue to move forward in this process. Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round?
Yes,
Mr. Murphy?
thank you. So the difference between Clerk Donahue and Clyde Edwards, to my colleague, Ali, is that Inez Brown resigned. So that position for the clerk came open and available. So we had to deal with that then. Mr. Edwards is already in position. So that position is not open. And we're not looking for a city administrator, we already have one. So in the middle of the moving the city of Flint forward and attracting talent, we have it. He here. So it's not like he's applying for a position. So that's the difference between Mr. Edwards and dealing with this ordinance that deals with the job qualification and making an amendment. He's not, that position is not open. Also, the firefighters, that's important and near and dear to some of our heart. Some of us feel that they're not making enough. I'm one of them. That matters to me. It matters to me whether I give somebody a raise when you got other firefighters and police officers that's not making a lot of money. That matters to me. So because that matters to me, I'm not comfortable turning around and give somebody what they just, one of my colleagues just said, got a $10,000 raise a year or two ago, and then turn around and we changing the job classification for the city administrator to turn around and give them a raise because we attracting talent. We have it. You already know what you're getting paid when you took the job. If you don't like it, go apply for another job and let somebody else. I bet you any amount of money, if this man resign right now, by tomorrow, you gonna have some people applying, or you gonna have a staff member that ain't gonna mind taking his position and getting paid $99,000 a year. That's what I'm saying. I'm not comfortable. I'm not supporting this at this point in time. Now, if all my firefighters and these police officers and these other civil service workers, that's the NSO officers, all of them, if they getting paid and they good, I'm good. If they ain't good, I ain't good. I'm not finna support giving somebody a raise based on us attracting talent when our workers that we already got ain't getting paid enough. So I'm good. I'm not doing it. Y'all can do it. It won't be, if it get passed, it ain't gonna be getting passed by my vote. Not at this time. Point blank. I'm done.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
You know, I look at this as forward-thinking ordinance, just like Ms. Herkenroder does. I'm not saying we're giving Mr. Edwards a raise. That comes at budget time. If they offer him a raise and we say no, he doesn't, we take it out of the budget. That's how we control that raise process, is by approving the money. This sets us up for the future. Mr. Edwards, I don't wish you ill. But if you get catastrophically ill and we have to replace him, we have to go through this anyways. Do it now, get it done, and move forward. We control the purse strings, as Mr. Mays constantly says. So we can control if he gets a raise. We don't want to give him a raise, don't give him a raise. If we want to give him a raise, give him a raise. But this gives us the opportunity for the future that we don't have to go through this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair,
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
I wanted you to finish, finish,
Yeah,
but I
that's
wanted
fine.
you to know that I did want to say
Go
something.
ahead. It's my time. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to speak just to more or less make a statement, if I could. I appreciate council. I appreciate the comments that I've heard out of council. It is nonetheless quite disappointing, to hear what you have to say about performance and engagement. It is unfortunate. First 3 years that I was here, totally committed, engaged in everything, spending quite a lot of time. Most recently, I had the opportunity to go where I could encounter my contemporaries, many across the country, hundreds, if not thousands. And to my surprise, many of them knew about me in this city. They knew, one in particular, gentleman came up to me after I introduced myself, Clyde Edwards from the city of Flint, and I do go with a banner that, I believe in the city of Flint. He was amazed because he said, I have been wondering who is the guy that is orchestrating activity in that city. And these are city managers, they're city administrators. I get what Ms. Burns was talking about in the difference, but they understand the nature of the job. They understand the nature of oversight for various departments, divisions. They knew how much work that was. And they understood that on top of all that, there had to be management of the water crisis. There had to be management of water projects. There had to be management of COVID activities. And there had to be management of a city that everybody knows that went through financial distress. These are layers that many of them said, they were like, wow, how do you do that? So I understand about firefighters. I have the greatest respect for firefighters. I have the greatest respect for the police. So I understand each of those roles. I'm not trying to be in comparison. I think everybody needs that opportunity. But what I am telling you is that I do understand the nature of the role that I play here. Irregardless, like I said, I respect everybody up here. Of course, you're entitled to your opinions about my performance. But I'm saying to you, at least, for myself, the one thing I can walk away with and understand is that other people around the world appreciate the kind of job I do. I want the public to understand that it has gone beyond Flint, Michigan. People know about the engagement, about the stressors, that we have been a community where we've turned tragedy into triumph. We've worked hard to overcome a lot of things, and I have been at the forefront of many of those activities, regardless of opinions. As I said, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but you have no idea unless you sit in the office with me and watch all the work that I go through to put things together. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. So, question of Attorney Kim. So the passing of this ordinance, well, I'll say the relation of this ordinance, if council was to pass this ordinance tonight, does that mean that Mr. Edwards will receive a raise without our approval?
No, this ordinance is right now up for, right now we're obviously we're special affairs. I believe the vote is just to whether or not to move this to the full committee meeting if for first reading. So it would be set up for first reading, and it would have to be posted publicly and with a public hearing scheduled. And at that point, there could be a second reading and enactment of the ordinance.
Okay, so say that it was, through you again. So say if it was to go to second reading and it was to get approved, does his pay raise has to go through council before he receives it?
I believe the council would have to be notified of it, or the clerk would have to be notified of any changes to the city administrator's compensation. The city's ordinances in that area are kind of complicated, so.
Point of information,
Mr. Mays?
through you to the speaker, Attorney Kim, if we raise it up to 150,000 and they find it anywhere in their budget and move stuff around, they could allocate the money. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
As long as the funds were available, they
That's
could be
correct.
used for salaries.
That's correct.
I don't know what the position is
They wouldn't have
currently
to come.
budgeted for, though.
They wouldn't have to come back.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Kim. You know, you get what you pay for. If we need a high level of, we need a high level of personnel working in the city if we expect to move it forward and do a good job. If we shortchange it, then we get shortchanged workers that will come by Flint as a stop-through point looking for the next opportunity. Do we want to be the stop-through place where people stop, build their resume, and keep on going? Or do we want to be a place where people stick and stay? I would like for Flint to be a place where people stick and stay on every level, whether it's, we're talking about city administration, whether we're talking about public service and safety. We have to think forwardly when we're making these decisions. So I understand that the role of city administrator, that's not an easy job. And if we want a good job, we must pay for what we want. And at the same time, I look at our public safety as well. So we're all on the, as we say, struggle bus with pay. Council makes 22.5. That has nothing to do with this, but back to my point. We need to make sure that we do everything in tandem. So I'm for public firefighters receiving that raise. I'm for the city administrator getting paid more for that position. So I would like to see, before I approve this, I would like to see everything brought to the table at once. So I know it does not have to be either or, but it looks like to ease the sentiment of my colleagues, let's see if we can bring those needed items to the table. So let's see if we can bring the firefighter raise to the table. I trust that they will be more in line with passing this. Let's see if we can bring the NSO pay to the table. So let's make sure that we are moving together, because they said the tide moves, raises all boats. So let's go ahead and raise all boats, but we definitely get what we pay for. So hopefully my colleagues keep that in mind as we go forward with the vote. And that is it. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on ordinance 230052.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
Support.
All right. All right, motion to adjourn. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Special Affairs meeting is now adjourned at 7:09.
right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 7:36 on Monday, February 27th. I hereby call this meeting of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Burns is not in. Mr. Broder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is not in. You have 6 members present.
All right, 6 members present. We have a quorum. Brings us down to reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest, and violators shall be removed from meetings. That takes us down to the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Winfrey Carter, would you care to lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get into the blessing, which I've asked Ms. Priestley to deliver for us today, I want to make sure that we take a special note to honor the life of firefighter Ricky Hill Jr., who lost his life in the line of duty this past week within the city of Flint. I also want to open up the opportunity to honor any other community members who have lost their lives so that we can represent them or recognize them. Are there any?
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
please remember Ms. Velma Nelson and also my cousin Brian. We unfortunately had a series of deaths in our family the last 2 weeks, so please remember my family in a special way. Thank you.
Sorry to hear that. Are there any other deaths that we want to honor? All right, hearing none. Ms. Priestley, if you'll give us the blessing, and then we'll stand for a moment of silence.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for the blessing that you have given to this community through all the years, and that we ask that you continue to do that. Lord, we especially want to think about our fallen first responders from all times. They have given their lives to protect us and to serve us, and we appreciate them. And Lord, just protect our first responders as they go about their duties today and in the future, so that they can continue to do what is good and honest and honorable for this city. In your precious name, amen.
Let's stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Don't go too far. Okay. All right, so that brings us down to changes or additions to the agenda. Are there any?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to move the resolution to approve the Public Act 436 before we get deep involved into this, our rest of our agenda items.
What's the number on that one? I can't find it. What's the number on that one right away, Mr. Murphy? You got it?
Where is it? Resolution 230037.
Okay. So you want that first in the resolutions?
Yeah,
Or
I would
first?
like that separated so we can vote on that and get that out the way just in case something happens.
But you want that first in the resolutions or first in the order of business?
First in the order of business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to that?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
We don't do in a council meeting objections. We have to vote on that. If I may, I'm interested in a agenda change to discuss the ARPA funds. And I want to have that discussion on this agenda. And I also want to have a discussion. I got a call from staff asking me, when do we want to have a budget meeting on a Saturday, a weekday? So those two discussions I would like to have.
Okay.
And I would like to have them prior to appointment, somewhere after council responds and/or before appointments.
So you said the first communication was for what? I'm sorry.
Beg your pardon?
What was the first one for?
What was what?
The first one for?
Discussion about the ARPA funds. And the second one was about budget hearings.
Alrighty. Are there any others? Any other agenda changes, and we'll vote on those separately? All right, so we'll go in order of how they were presented to the chair. So we'll vote on moving resolution 230037 to the first order of business before public speaking. Roll call, please. on
Point of
agenda
order.
change. What's your point?
You forgetting whether or not it's going to be a motion and/or discussion on that.
We're voting on the
Yeah,
agenda
dealing with the
changes.
resolution Mr. Murphy talked about.
Yeah, so he just wants to change
Yeah,
the
you
agenda
gonna
order.
just no discussion, huh?
We're just changing the agenda order.
That ain't how that worked, Ms.
All
Herkenroth.
right, if you have a discussion, you can go ahead.
Point of, what you say?
So if you have discussion, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I put it in the form of a motion. We in a council meeting. This is not a committee meeting. If he want to have the agenda change prior to public speaking about that subject matter, then I so move.
Well, he's already moved it. We're voting on whether or not
Was
that
it
goes through.
properly second?
Well, it's an agenda change, so we don't
I know
need to
what
do-
it
Okay,
is.
Mr. Mays, we're just doing agenda changes. We're just going to vote on these agenda changes.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, did I not have the floor?
Okay, Mr. Mays, you asked a point of order and then you continued on you carried on with your discussion. You did not have the floor. You called a point of order. You asked for discussion. I said if you had discussion, you could go, and then you started talking about something else.
Madam Chair, when I got the floor, I can put a motion on the floor.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that the chair.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that we don't need to do that because we're just doing an agenda change, so we'll
That's
just
what
vote.
you say.
Excuse me,
And
Mr.
I called
Mays.
a point of order. When I got the floor and I put the motion on the floor,
Correct.
because in my view, you're doing it wrong. Your job is to ask, is there a second?
Mr. Mays, it may be wrong in your view, however, we are going through, we're just doing agenda changes, and then if this passes, so that we can change the agenda, just as we'll do for your two requested agenda changes.
That
then
ain't
we'll
how
go
it
through.
works. You're making up rules as you go.
Alrighty,
Do I not have the floor?
you do not.
Okay, well then I appeal the ruling of the chair. Yes,
Okay.
I did have the floor. You
Okay.
gave it to me.
There is no discussion, Mr. Mays.
It is discussion.
Mr. Mays, please let me
Point of
finish.
order.
Mr. Mays, please let me
Point
finish.
of order.
What's your point?
I've appealed the ruling of the chair. You say I didn't have the floor. You gave it to me.
Mr. Mays,
That's what the record would show. So your job now is to ask if there's a second to the appeal.
Mr. Mays, can I please rule on your point of order?
Sure.
Thank you. We are just in the agenda changes. All we're doing is voting as a body if we want those agenda changes to happen or not happen. Typically, there is not discussion. However, there have been a number of times, because then that is nowhere in the rules, I can guarantee you that. But there have been a number of times when some colleagues want to say why they want something or why they don't, but that does not mean that there is a formal discussion. That is nowhere in the rules. So what I'm hearing you say is that there is an appeal for me to call for the vote. Is that a correct appeal?
Madam Chair.
Is that a correct appeal?
Point, no, I ain't, everything we do is done by motion. An appeal is a motion. A point of order is a privilege motion. Motions is motion. So in order to change the agenda, it happens in the form of a motion. Just because you saying it don't mean it's true. Now, I called the point of order. You gave me the floor. Then you say if I ain't discussing, I couldn't make a motion. I made a motion. You're out of order. Your job was to ask, is there a second?
Mr.
Now I've
Mays.
appealed your ruling that I couldn't make a motion, and you steady explaining something. Your job then was to see if there was a second.
Mr. Mays.
So you wrong in 4, 5 ways, trying to talk to me like I'm a student, and really you're the student.
Okay, Mr. Mays.
These
The job-
are motions.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays, you do not have
Beg
the
your
floor.
pardon?
You do not have the floor. The job of the chair.
Point of order.
What is your point?
My point of order that a motion is a motion is a motion. Now, if you ruling that agenda change don't come in the form of a motion, I'm gonna appeal your
Okay.
ruling.
Mr. Mays,
So rule on my point of order.
that is an improper point of order. The role of the chair is to maintain order. And if there's motion that is made that is improper, then no, the chair would not have to call for a second. Just because somebody shouts out that they want to make a motion does not necessarily mean that it is in order. These are things that we know. All we are doing right now is going through and voting on the agenda
I
changes.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
And what ruling is that we are
That you
going
think
through
we can
on?
make agenda changes without motion.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll support his appeal.
All right. As a reminder, during an appeal, the chair speaks first and last. All other members have 5 minutes and will speak one time. As I've stated, all we're doing is the agenda change. We don't need to make the motion by just the request of Mr. Murphy wanting to do that agenda change, very similarly to the request that you made for the 2 discussion points. All we do is we just vote on those. Nowhere in the rules does it say anything about discussion on a change. All it says is that the council has to vote on the adopted agenda or to adopt any amended agenda, which means that we could adopt 1, we could adopt 3, we could adopt 2, but we have to vote on each of those. Nowhere in the rules does it say anything about discussion. If people don't want to vote for it, then they don't have to vote for it. That is well within every member's right. This is something that we've been doing from the very beginning. Sometimes people talk about it and sometimes they don't, but that doesn't mean that there needs to be a formal motion. Is there any other discussion in this appeal? Go ahead.
I want to say something.
Go ahead.
Now, we have always discussed agenda changes. Now, I don't know if it is a formal motion or whatever. And I'm sitting here, guys, we got to move this meeting on.
Right.
But if someone has discussion, I would hope that the chair would allow that person to discuss. Rather than not, they're going to vote on the agenda change. Because we've always discussed agenda changes. I don't know why it's different today. But I would hope that we could move this meeting forward and move it fairly and follow the rules. Now, if Councilman Mays does not want an agenda change, then, or if he has discussion on the agenda change, I think the chair should, honor him that privilege to have discussion. So I don't know what's going on. Anyway.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
this is pretty simple. We're in a council meeting. It's not like a committee meeting. The chair can order without objections. If it's objections, we still vote. But we're in a council meeting. in order to keep minutes of votes, you need a motion. You don't vote without a motion. That's the action. You say you don't see it in the council rules. I can guarantee you the council rules tell you you'd make parliamentary decisions by action. You do voting on an agenda change. Now, the agenda change, whenever you move to do something, you moving to change the agenda. That's called a motion. You moving to change the agenda. You got 3 proposed agenda change. Mr. Murphy, whether y'all know it or not, he moved to change the agenda and put something in it. That motion needs a second. Once it's second, then it goes in discussion. That's just the rules. You don't see it written there, but you got to know how to operate if you're going to try to be a chair. It tells you through the charter, it tells you in our rules that the council take action by its motions, resolutions, and ordinances. Those are the way we take action. You can't just say, look, it's an agenda change. Call for the vote. That's what you were trying to do. Mr. Murphy wanted an agenda change. Call for the vote. You didn't want discussion. You didn't want to put it in the form of a motion. You didn't even want the motion seconded to get into discussion. You're just making up rules. The same way with the agenda change that I proposed. I'll wait. You talk about decorum, and I'm talking, and you trying to learn, and you won't even give me the courtesy of that. That's not proper decorum. Decorum is just another word for politeness. Look it up. Even the 2 agenda changes I made, you can vote on them, you can separate them. You do that in the form of a motion. And then once the motion is made or properly second, you discuss it. If it never gets a second, it never gets in discussion. And if you peruse the rules, it tells you how we take action by resolution, ordinances, and motions. And it tells you in the rules that we do roll call votes in a council meeting. In a committee meeting, we can go yay, nay, you can order with or without objections. You just don't see it. Now, I'm trying to be way more polite to you than you've been with me. I ain't sat up here for 9 or 10 years. The keeper of the record needs something to keep. They keep records all across the country of meetings. And the record is the action. Motion, second, discussion. You don't even have to put the discussion in the minutes. You put the yay or nay vote. So whenever we take action, particularly in a council meeting, it's done by motion, resolution, and ordinances. It ain't done by you just saying, he want to do this and all in favor, call roll call. You're putting something in the minutes. If it ain't a second, it don't even get a vote. If it is a second, it get discussion. I won't be voting to agree with you on these procedural matters.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I would disagree with you that the rules do not address this. The rules do address this, and I do believe we have been doing it wrong. Rule 6.1 clearly states that agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer. That's not voting on it. That's not discussion. That's approval by the presiding officer, plain and simple. So as long as you, being the presiding officer, agree to those changes, you make those changes without a vote from what I read this. I mean,
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Mr. Piper, when you read the whole rules, any decision of a chair can be appealed. You understand that, don't you?
Proceed.
I understand that, but Rule 6.1 clearly states After roll call, the presiding officer shall ask for any additions or changes to the agenda. The agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer. So her calling for a roll call vote was actually out of order. She should have just approved or denied them and then moved forward. And then if you wanted to appeal that, then that is your right, but we shouldn't even call for a roll call in that. So Rule 6.1 clearly states how this should be done. Now, if this is a appeal to your decision to approve or deny, that's one thing, but I don't think that that's the appeal. It's the appeal to allow discussion. Discussion is a moot matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Is there any other discussion on this appeal? Is there any other discussion on this appeal? Final call? Okay, I will say this. So there's also, I will direct the council to Rule 7.1, which outlines the agenda and the way in which that we vote. And it does say under Roman numeral 3, requests for changes and or additions to the agenda, council shall vote to adopt any amended agenda. So in normal circumstances, yes, that's correct, Mr. Pfeiffer, but because it's for the regular council meeting,
That says regular council.
6.1 does?
6 point,
Point of order.
It
point
does.
of, point of
Yeah, it
information.
does.
Agenda for
Point
the
of
regular
order is my
meeting of
privilege
council.
motion. All talking should cease.
Okay, hang on. I hear we'll hear the point of order and then I hear your point of information.
The rules is conflicted. You can hear that now. She reading one, you reading another. When the one say vote, you say she can just order it. And then I don't know if the conflict turns you to Robert's rules, but I'm telling you, Mr. Piper, what she reading is correct.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Mr. Pfeiffer, what's your point of information?
The point of information was just, are you aware that it says the agenda for the regular council meetings? So
That is true.
there is conflict.
That is true. There is conflict. I hear the attorney.
By this most literal reading of the rules here, Councilmember Pfeiffer is correct that
Yeah.
the chair would have the ability to deny any proposed agenda changes. That can be read in concert with Rule 7.1, so that if the chair agrees that an agenda change should occur, that change still needs to be voted on before it's actually adopted. But the only recourse if the chair, well, I guess it's
Point of information. So she would approve or deny, and then we would vote overall to adopt agenda, correct?
Sounds right.
if she agrees as the chair, then this body would vote to whether or not to adopt the adopted agenda item.
If she deny or agree, you can vote.
Okay.
It's actually, just to address one other thing, the Rule 1.2, which governs appeals, provides for appeals from questions of order, interpretation of the rules, and priority of business. And provides that it's the privilege of any member to appeal from the decision on those issues. Frankly, I'm not prepared at this point to advise on whether or not an agenda change falls into one of those
Point of
categories.
order.
I'd have to do some.
Or a point of information. The rule speaks for itself, don't it, Attorney Kim? The one that tells us we vote on agenda changes. The chair just read it.
No, it says,
Point of order, could it be read verbatim?
yes, the Rule 7.1 that Council President referred to says that council shall vote to adopt any amended agenda. So there's no need to vote for council to vote if there is no amended agenda.
Point of order, point of information. A change in an agenda is an amended agenda from the original agenda. That's what an amended agenda is, isn't it, Attorney Kim?
No, it's it's the difference between voting to adopt an amended agenda and to voting to amend an agenda. So essentially, the council president or the presiding officer of the committee determines whether or not to amend the agenda as requested by any member. And then the council votes on that, whether or not to allow that amendment.
Point of information.
What's your point?
They can be separated. That's what we're in. You don't have to, I hear what you're saying, but it's going to end up being separated and voted on individually. That's where we're at.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm
No,
saying.
I'm not
There is, of
misunderstanding.
course, another provision that provides that any question that's susceptible to division needs to be separated on
That is
request.
correct.
But that's not the same thing as saying that you can separate those and force a vote on the proposed agenda changes if the chair does not agree to add those to the agenda.
Point
All right.
of information, wouldn't it be fair to say you might agree on one and might not agree on two? And so the separation in the vote comes before the vote on the total amendment of an agenda, Attorney Kim.
Again, you're not understanding that.
No, I am. Don't say what point of order.
Let him speak.
Point of order.
What's your
Don't
point?
say what I ain't understanding. Just say what you're saying, and I don't agree with you.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, you don't have an amended agenda to vote on until the chair decides whether or not to, pursuant to Rule 6.1, to approve the agenda change or addition.
All right, so we're done with this appeal. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the appeal that the chair cannot,
Point of order.
that there cannot be a motion
Point
to
of
make
order.
agenda changes. Yes.
You gotta ask, does anybody else want to speak? You
No,
can't
sir.
just take that for granted.
No,
can
sir,
you?
you must have forgotten the part that I've already done that because the chair speaks first and last.
Oh,
in an
I thought
appeal.
Mr. Piper spoke and you didn't ask anybody else and you just say we done. My
No,
bad.
I did. The record will reflect that I did call for speakers 3 times. Roll call, please, on this appeal. As a reminder, yes sustains the ruling of the chair, no overturns it. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
No.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain.
Circumroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair is withheld. So that means that we are voting on the agenda change for Resolution 230037 to be before public speaking. Roll call,
Point of
please.
order.
What is your point?
Based upon how y'all voted on the appeal, that means we voting on all 3 agenda changes.
That is correct. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
For clarification,
With no separation.
I think he's saying we vote on all 3 at once.
Oh, no,
That's what she said. That's what they.
Point of
at a
order.
time.
Okay, so I
What's your-
think he
what's-
believes you're voting on all 3 at once.
What's your point?
6.1 says that we don't vote. 7.1 says that after you make the changes, we adopt the agenda. We don't vote on these.
Okay,
That's
well,
my point of order.
all right, well, everybody put this in writing. So next month, when this starts to happen again.
Well,
All
we
right,
can-
so then.
We can change the, point of information.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
can
yeah.
change the rules, but that's the rules.
All right, so in an effort to maintain the rules, I just want to clarify one more time before we get some weird gotcha. So I say yes or no, and then we vote on that yes or no?
No, you can say yes, you can vote to adopt, or you can decide to adopt or not adopt any of the proposed changes to the agenda.
Right.
You then have an amendment, if you choose to adopt any or all of those proposed changes, you then have an amended agenda that council
That we all have to vote on.
If you reject
Okay.
all of the changes, then there is no amended agenda to be voted on, and so the agenda just stands.
Rock and roll. Are we all clear on that? I'm seeing no.
So the first thing would be to decide whether or not you are going to accept any of the proposed agenda changes.
That would be on you.
Yes, and then we would vote
On
on
the,
that
on the
amended
entire,
agenda.
on the amended agenda in total.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
All right, we good?
So this,
Everyone
so
good?
this is a vote on the amended agenda.
Not
No, no,
yet,
The
no.
amended
No,
agenda.
because I haven't determined all
Okay.
3 yet. So I will allow Resolution 230037. I will also allow both discussion. I will allow the first discussion item regarding ARPA funds, but I will only allow it during the discussion item phase of the meeting. That way we can finish business. And I will not allow the determining budget hearings because I believe that Rob and Ms. Priestley, as our finance chair, are working to establish that cadence.
I appeal the
So-
ruling of the chair.
All righty, is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second that.
Yes. All righty. Hang on, I gotta type out this appeal real quick.
Oh, she gets to speak first.
Yeah. I have nothing to say. Mr. Murphy, you want the floor? You
Yes,
got it.
Our secretary has been reaching out to, I know they reached out to me about the budget hearing to see whether I wanted to have it on a Saturday
Bless you.
or weekday. I gave them my.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Since we gonna play stickler, is that germane to the appeal to
Well, considering,
add or not add?
considering that one of the things was regarding
I
the very thing
understand.
that
I'm
Mr.
just
Murphy is
listening.
saying, it
Go
is
ahead.
germane, proceed,
So this agenda add-on is for the budget hearing.
is for the what, I'm
budget-
sorry.
For the budget hearing.
Correct.
The budget hearing, our office clerk reached out to me to see what day was a good day for me. I told her what day, and that's it. I mean, I don't know what else we could discuss when it comes down to the date. And I don't really want to talk about that right now. We have a lot of other stuff to deal with on our agenda item. All we had to do is just let them know what our availability was. And then once that, they can move forward with the budget hearing. So I don't see what else we need to discuss on that. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the appeal? Anyone else?
Yeah, I want to speak.
Okay. And then Ms. Priestley?
The way to deal with agenda changes is just like we did with anything, a majority vote. We gonna hop through a lot of hoops with the chair being discriminatory between their political allies, their chairs, they putting stuff on the agenda. In the old days, any council person could put something on the agenda. But what you see with this President Herkenroder, who she named as chairs, what they put on the agenda, it tripped me out, Ms. Burns, when they voted to drop your special order.
Okay. Mr. Mays,
So-
that is not germane to the ruling or to the
Oh,
appeal.
it is germane to you ruling. I appeal your ruling not to allow an agenda change. And it is germane when the same 5 or 6 majority gonna control agendas. That's what you demonstrate. You like Quincy, he votes for you. His can go. You don't like Mays. I don't want his to go. That's gonna be from now on. And then you finna try to adopt these rules permanently. And it ain't just you as the chair. It's you, Liddell Lewis, and the rest of them. So I'm gonna figure out how to speak on it each and every time. Even on the amended agenda, I'm gonna speak on the ones you drop when I say I'm not voting for it. You can try all you want to silence this council person, you and the not the Fab Five, the Foolish Five.
Mr. Mays, please remember your decorum.
What is the quorum?
Decorum is treating all colleagues with respect, whether we
I
recruit
am
them or
treating
not.
them with respect. I think it's foolish to give Clyde Edwards a raise in the middle of this depression we're going through with budgets. I think it's foolish to discriminate against one person's agenda change and not another. I mean, that was a polite way of saying stuff. It's foolishness for me. And I was taught not to cuss, so it's foolish. Y'all get mad because the descriptive words I use ain't applauding you. I'm getting calls from across the country, Ms. Herkenroder. They know you by name. They'll talk about this. Mr. Murphy, that's my ally. He can have his agenda changed. Mr. Mays, you don't need to discuss the budget. You don't discuss the budget? We don't need to talk about that right now. Yes, we do. I'll talk about it when the vote comes to amend. But I did have to talk about you picking and choosing which agenda changes because Mr. Pfeiffer raised an issue. And I'm telling you, the rules been goofy. They goofy now. I know who made them, Kate Fields and them, when they was in control of putting stuff on an agenda. So what you're doing, Ms. Herkenroder, I'm not gonna vote yes for you to pick and choose your allies and they can change the agenda, but your foes, that's me. the one with a different political orientation than you and others, oh, you can't have your agenda change. I'm sitting up here like God Almighty. We're not going to talk about that. And I got 5 people who's going to show you. Well, I'm going to show the public that y'all not talking about budgets, millions of dollars, ARPA funds, and you keep showing me. Because I done learned clearly, those who don't show up for special meetings, those who do budgets without amendments, those who say we ain't gonna allow you to talk about these important city matters are being seen. And I'm gonna highlight it. So I appeal your ruling to tell me in a council meeting, I can't mention and ask questions about the budget. That's the only place you can talk about it. Y'all talk about it in what's called the round robin, illegally, among each other, in violation of the Open Meetings Act. I try to talk about it legally in an open meeting. No, we're not gonna talk about that, Mays. Or we're gonna talk about what Quincy wants. We're gonna talk about what Miss Priestley wants. No, Mays. I love it. Cause y'all showing y'all butt and they calling me from around the country saying, she sure treats you differently. I say, yeah, discriminatorily. You can laugh, Miss Worthing, but they're talking about you too. I get calls from Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Virginia, Texas, talking about y'all. They know you by name.
That's great. Can you connect this back to the?
I am. You discriminating when you take my discussion item off. That's just one example of many.
Okay. Ms. Priestley, you asked for the floor.
Yes.
Okay.
Seeing how I have not talked to any of our staff members about budget hearings, Ms. Herkenroder and I have discussed it on a limited basis. Mr. Whittigan and I have discussed it on a limited basis.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Why are you gonna vote not to discuss it in a council meeting?
You don't know what she's going to vote. That's an improper point of information. Proceed.
Point of order.
What's your point?
The point of information was to the speaker, Ms. Herkenroder. You were out of order. The point of information was not to you. You violating the rules repeatedly. I didn't do a point of information to you, and you were out of order. Are you gonna warn yourself?
Mr.
I wasn't
Mays,
talking to you.
Mr. Mays, as a reminder, the chair decides whether or not a point of information is valid or not. And I am not deeming that a valid point of information.
Point of order.
What is your point?
That ain't what you just said. Run the tape back.
Mr. Mays, I said that is an improper
You
point of
ain't
order.
gone with that.
Mr. Mays, I have asked you twice to please stay either germane or stay in order, and please stay, just stay germane.
Point of
Just Stay
order.
germane. What's your
I
point?
done asked you 10, 20 times, don't discriminate against me. You got the wrong one.
All right, Ms. Priestley, you have the floor.
As I was saying, there has been very limited discussions as to when budget hearings may occur. I'm going to be meeting with Mr. Whittigan this week to determine discussions of how it's going to proceed. And then I will come forward to the council and discuss it with our staff, Ms. Herkenroder, the clerk, and set those times.
Okay. Anyone else in the appeal? Going once? Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say something.
Go ahead.
I don't understand why you're not allowing Councilman Mays to allow the council to vote on Councilman Mays's appeal. I mean, it's just a simple, not appeal, but agenda change. It's just a simple agenda change. And we as a council can vote yes or no. What's the problem with that? We're voting on Councilman Murphy's agenda change. We're voting on an agenda change that Councilman Mays put forth, and he wants to also have an agenda change to discuss the budget. I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, let the council vote, yes or no, and then let's move on. Why we up here flexing our muscles? This is a council, everyone up here was elected, okay, to serve. Who are you to say that we can't vote on his agenda change? It's ridiculous to me. Here we go again. It's a double standard up here, a double standard. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Is there anyone else in the appeal? Appeal? Go ahead.
There are some questions. I know Councilwoman Priestley and listening to Councilman Murphy. Councilman Murphy has a right to his opinion, but we also have a right to ours also, and how budget hearings, the call that I received, was the email, that we would have budget hearings just for one day, with, I believe, one day for all the departments. Okay, and see, that's why we need to, that's why we need to talk about, so we can clear up in the open. Because that to me that would clear up some things. I know time has been a thing with this council, and that is, in listening to what she just said, that was new information. Information is not shared or communicated in open session, and that's why we need to have it so everyone is on the same page, so that we're not having speculative information being dispersed, so we can all be on the same page. Because I didn't understand. I'm like, how are we going to have all of the budget hearings for one day? So I think allowing him and put a time limit on it. That has been the course of the day, to put a time limit on it, but allow the discussion to move forward. That to me is something that is important. And each person had their entitled to how they want it done, but we have to be respectful of each other's opinion on how they want it done. It's just a small conversation. And I would hope that we would allow and afford each other that. And we are splitting hairs, and we're getting very, everyone wants to make a point with certain things. And some of these things making a point, it's leading up to hostility with other council people. And it's not a good way for us to work together, because we are supposed to, we were all elected to work together. Allow them that time to do it. We keep making points on stuff, and some of the stuff it's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. So let him have his time so we can talk about it. I would love to hear what Councilwoman Priestley, how she's moving forward on it from what she's doing. What does budget hearings look like? How does she want to do it? I would like to see, or hear what it is her plan is. And we are owed that from the council. I mean, we're finding out different things about the ARPA committee that we got to watch videos. I mean, we got to inform the council first and speak with each other. And this is the time and the place to where I feel we should be doing it, in an open forum in front of the public, so the public can also know. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the appeal? All right, I have nothing to say or add or anything like that. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk. As a reminder, yes sustains the ruling of the chair, which is in this case to reject that third request for discussion. Yes sustains the ruling of the chair, no overturns it. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
6 yes, 3 no, that will stay. So now we will vote on the amended agenda, which, as a reminder, is moving resolution 230037 to before public speaking. And then the agenda item for the ARPA committee, as requested by Mr. Mays, to go during additional discussion. Roll call, please, on that amendment.
Point of order.
What's your point?
You got to have a motion to amend the agenda.
That's not a valid. that's
Point
an
of order,
improper-
yes, it is.
That's an
You
improper-
gotta have a motion to adopt that amended agenda.
Mr. Mays.
And I
please
so
no.
move. You can't just say you done did this and it ain't no vote. We just went through that. Once you make your discretionary decisions, in order to adopt that agenda, you must ask for a vote to adopt the amended agenda. We just went through that.
Right, and Mr. Mays, I just called for the vote. I just called for the
Point
vote.
of order.
Mr. Mays, what's
Point
your
of
point?
order.
What's your point?
There's no motion on the floor.
Mr. Mays, there is because there was
I
a request.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
You didn't let me give my ruling. Mr. Mays, this is
You
your
said
first
there's
warning.
motion on the floor, it ain't.
Mr. Mays, this is your first warning for consistently interrupting the chair and for consistently delaying this body. It is now
Point of
8:21.
order. I appeal-
I am not yet finished with my ruling. It is 8:21. We have been discussing this agenda change for the last 30 minutes. This is your first warning. I heard your appeal. Is there a second?
I appeal the first warning.
That's what I just said. I heard your appeal. Is there a second?
I'm going to support that.
All right. First warning.
There should be a motion made to do
All right. As a reminder, the chair's job is to maintain order. That is it. Period. Point blank is to maintain order. And that means making sure that we are speeding the business of the city along, or not speeding it along, but doing it in an orderly fashion. It has been very clear based off of the 2 appeals that we've already had that Mr. Mays is upset that one of his agenda items got denied by the chair. And that's fine. You are more than welcome to appeal any ruling by the chair. That has been made very clear by the rules. However, this body must abide by whatever ruling the body says. There have been a number of times when my rulings have been overruled, and that's life, and that's just how that is. But when things don't necessarily go in our way, that does not mean that we can continue to delay the business of the city, which is what consistently happens. So, Mr. Mays, I issued you your first warning for consistently misusing points of information and points of order, and having been asked multiple times to stay in order. You have appealed the ruling. Is there any discussion in this appeal?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
A point of order is to stop the action on a major breach. The major breach was you ruled on agenda changes. We're gonna do this one, we're gonna do that one. That's the agenda change.
Point
Vote.
of information. We were at the vote, which we never got to.
Point of order. If you gonna penalize yourself for interrupting me before I finish. That's the point of information. I don't have to answer your point of information, but you just chastised me for a legitimate points of information, points of order, just like yours was legitimate to you in your brain. But what your brain to me is missing, and I'm trying to break it down to you. The first issue was you can make agenda changes, 2 or 3 of them, and then the chair can say whether she accepts 1, 2, or 3. That's what the rule he read. Once the chair makes that decision, then Attorney Kim and yourself read, I think 7.2 or something, said the amended agenda have to be voted on. But in order to vote on an amended agenda, you should be entertaining the motion on the amended agenda. And that was my point of order I was attempting. And so if you're gonna amend the agenda to say, Mr. Murphy's is there, the one you said is here and the other one, Mays, is gone, you gotta entertain a motion to adopt that amended agenda. And then that motion have to be seconded, and then you vote. Because when you entertain the motion to amend it that way, we can do an amendment to that motion. And we can try to put what you took out back in. You can't be a dictator here. So I ain't even got to get the rules because of my brain here, what is read. If you had a conscience or a ability to maybe interpret it the way that I'm doing, you would read it aloud. You laughing? You want me to get it and read it? Once you make a decision on them proposed amendments, the rules say that there needs to be a amended agenda. The only way you amend an agenda is through the vote. You vote parliamentarily through motions. We take actions through motions. Motions are made and properly seconded. Then there's discussion on the motion. You can't call for the vote to amend no agenda without a motion and discussion, just because you said it. Oh, I'm going to allow Mr. Murphy's, I'm not going to allow Mr. Mays, I'm going to allow this. Okay, everybody vote. That's not democracy. Read your own rules. In order to amend an agenda, I've been telling y'all this, you can go the long way or the short way. And you can warn me for saying a point of order, but if you try to record a vote and it ain't no motion, it ain't no second, I don't have to sit here and let that happen in front of me. I can say point of order. I don't get no warning for calling a point of order, asking is there a motion need to be in a second in discussion? I don't care whether you think you're right or wrong. I'm from the civil rights movement. I done been arrested. We got a trial coming up. Anybody with good parliamentary sense know to adopt an amended agenda. They do it in planning commission. They do it in every meeting you go. That's a vote. It's a motion to amend it, second it, and discussion. These 6 people up here, 5 or 6, they can give you that power. I've seen 5 or 6 of them give it before. Guess where they at now? Sitting at home in their living room watching us. See how Ms. Word done got up? Now you let me get up. You're illegal. You didn't ask permission. I'm so tired of your discriminatory treatment toward this first ward black man. I don't know what to do. Now here you done warn me for calling a point of order. Yeah, I'm black and my voice is deep. You done warned me for calling a point of order saying you got to get a vote to amend the agenda.
All right.
I won't be voting yes with you on that.
All right. Your time is up. Is there anyone else in the appeal? Is there anyone else in the appeal? Final call in the appeal? All righty. Roll call, please, Madam Chair, on the appeal. This is the appeal for the chair issuing the first warning. As a reminder, voting yes in the appeal sustains the ruling of the chair, no overturns it. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing is not in. Mr. Mays?
Abstain.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Can I vote if I'm?
Point of order, she
Before it
was
was
out of
done?
her seat, the vote been called.
Well, I sat down before.
Just a second.
Point of order,
What's
she was out of her seat, the vote been called, y'all didn't get but 4 votes, the vote fails, if I'm counting right.
You are counting incorrectly because it was 5 yes and 2 no, correct?
Okay,
5 yes,
she
2
don't
no,
get the vote.
1 abstention. Mr. Mays, you have been issued your first warning.
Okay, point of order. Did you rule on whether she get the vote
Clearly,
when she's out of her seat?
Mr. Mays,
That was my point. Did
Okay.
you rule on it?
there was no need to rule on that.
Yes, it is. When I call a point of order, you got to rule on
Okay,
it.
Mr.
So the
Mays,
future,
will you let me speak? Will you let me speak? You can't call points of order consistently and not allow the chair to rule on them.
Beg your pardon?
I said you cannot call points of order consistently and not allow the chair to rule on them and then say, are you going to rule on it? Well, I can't rule on it if you don't let me speak. I'm just trying to run this meeting. That's it. That's it. So there's
Point
no
of
need.
order.
I got to rule on your first 3 points, Mr. Mays. I got to rule. I got to rule
You
on that.
rule on it.
I'm trying, but you keep interrupting me. Ms. Worthing was out of her seat. She asked if she could vote. Ms. Donahue had already called the vote. I did not say that Ms. Worthing could vote or not. So that ruled on your point of order. What is your 4th point of order?
No, that was my point of order.
Okay.
You were saying it wasn't no need to rule on it. I
Because-
said it was for
All
the
right.
future.
All right, so we are at the
Be out
vote
your seat.
on the agenda for including resolution 230037 to go right before public speaking and the discussion item regarding ARPA.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays, what's your point?
Miss Herkenroder, you laughing and I ain't. When I called the point of order, I called it because I say you got to vote, you got to have a motion in a second. I called the second point of order and you gave me a warning. I appealed that. I'm still have the opportunity to appeal whether we need a motion in a second. You can't get by me like that.
Mr. Mays, we have already ruled on that appeal. You have already made that appeal. The appeal.
We didn't do that appeal.
Yes, we did, and we voted 6
No,
yes,
we
3
didn't.
no.
No, we didn't. Ask your ally Piper. If you don't believe my black butt, ask him.
Mr. Mays, I'm going to ask you to leave this meeting.
I appeal the ruling
All
of the
right.
chair.
Is
We
there a
didn't vote. You
second?
didn't rule on that.
Is there a second? Is there a second? to the
I'm
appeal?
gonna support that appeal.
All right.
And
She did wrong.
All right. Ms. Winfrey Carter, that was you, correct? Ms. Winfrey Carter, that was you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As a reminder, in an appeal, chair speaks first and last. Mr. Mays, we've had this appeal. This is the 3rd appeal that we've done. It is 8:32, and we have yet to address our first agenda item. The job of the chair is to maintain a peaceful and orderly meeting, and that means holding members accountable when they continue to break rules. I asked you, you had been issued your first warning. You continued to argue with the chair and say that we had not had an appeal about the motion and the second, which we did. We've already had 3 appeals in the first 30 minutes of this meeting, or the first 40 minutes of this meeting. I've asked you to leave. You appealed the ruling, which is your right. You are more than right to do that. This is literally an agenda change that we're arguing about because we can't get through these little tiny things that are honestly inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. What's consequential is making sure that we address these business items and making sure that we do them on an agenda. Just because you don't like me and just because you have some made up fabrication of what I think about you does not mean that that is reality. My job is to sit here and to help make sure that we have a quality city council meeting. And that means making the hard decisions, and that means that not a lot of people like me, and that's all right, and that's for me to deal with. But my job is to make sure that I'm here to serve the city of Flint, and that means passing legislation and passing ordinances to get there. And that means making sure that we have an amended agenda that all of us vote on, which I've asked 3 times now to get to the vote for, and we still get hung up on these little tiny things that are inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. I'm here to serve the city of Flint, not argue about agenda changes. Is there anybody else in the appeal?
I would like to speak.
Go ahead.
Now, Councilman Mays is right. You do have to make a motion to do an agenda change. Now, this is a situation whereas now you must turn to your Robert Rules of Order book, okay? Now, and it does say that a motion must be made to adopt, to make a motion. Someone has to make a motion to adopt the agenda. Any board member can motion to add items, delete items, or change things around. And you do have to make a motion, and it has to be supported. And then we go into a vote. So he's right. I don't know why we're taking so much time on this. We are in a council meeting. We have to be governed by making motions and voting. Okay? As a body. So. We have to,
Yeah,
we
Madam
have to
Chair.
look at the Robert Rules of Order in this situation. I know that our rules do not state that. It does say we have to vote, but how do you vote? You vote by making a motion. So I'm done. I think we have to move on, but he's right. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I listened to your speech. And this ain't the first time I done heard you say you don't like me. You can't speak for me.
I did not say that.
I don't like your ways. You know, we can pray for you. Yeah, that's all we can do, but I don't like your ways. I wasn't brought up to hate folks, but I know right from wrong, and I don't like your ways. I don't like the way you come in here, you and Miss Lewis and them constantly trying to put me out of a meeting. I don't like the way that you imply that you're right and I'm wrong. You got a record keeper there. That's the city clerk. The city clerk can quickly tell you, we ain't voted on this before. You laughing and turning red. We voted, this is the third, we voted on this. That ain't true. We went over it slowly. You can make changes to the agenda, accept them or reject them. Once you do that, then you must entertain a motion to adopt an amended agenda. I thought we all understood that. We act by resolutions and motions and ordinances. In council meetings, we vote. You can't do it with or without objections. Ms. Herkenrode, I'm not the type person because you want to try to show out to people that you smarter than me, and right now I don't think you is. You might be more bullier than me sitting up there. You might have backing of 3 or 4 more people, but I'm looking at you while you were looking at me, and even Mr. Piper was shaking his head, but you didn't see him. We ain't voted on this before. I appeal your ruling because you ruling it don't take a motion, a second to vote to change an adopted amended agenda. It does. Mr. Metcalf can be called, walk me out, I can be removed from this meeting. It ain't gonna change the facts. All you have been and did is what's been happening to us all our life, bullied by majority. We used to be in the minority, bullied by majority. And you got some folks helping you. I'm confident that we act by motions. Motions are made and properly seconded, and we vote an agenda change or amendment up or down. I'm confident that when that motion is made and properly seconded, that motion can be amended to put back in what you took out that I wanted. Ms. Priestley discussed the budget. Other colleagues discussed the budget, and this whole argument that you trying to act like it's taking so much time, we would have been disgusted by now. We'd have found out whether or not Ms. Priestley was trying to do all of the department heads in one day. I don't believe you can do it. We'd have found out if this year, according to the auditors, y'all gonna do all the budget, the special revenue accounts, the general fund. We'd have found that out. We'd have been done. But you sitting up there laughing in the middle of serious business, turning red as a beet, trying to tell me who and what I am. You can't speak for me. You can only speak for you. You can't speak for me. I don't like your ways. And I don't like you thinking that you're really doing something right and you're doing it wrong. I don't care who vote with you. A motion has to be made, seconded, and that's how we take action. Even to adopt an amended budget. I don't think you putting Davina and them in a spot because minutes ought to be kept. Minutes are records. And you think it ain't got to be nothing. You think you an emergency manager, a dictator? Oh yeah, because remember I got 4, 5 people gonna vote with me because Mays, they don't really like you. Talking about who like who. You don't put words in my mouth. I don't like your ways. Some of them are unlawful. What is Miss Priestley so tickled about?
All right, that was your time. Is there anyone else in the appeal?
Yeah, I look at folks'
Madam Chair.
demeanor in the middle of business.
I don't know what we're appealing, but there needs to be a motion to adopt the agenda, and there needs to be second, and I believe it has discussion. So that's the way I read Robert's rules. So I'm not sure what this whole debate is, but I believe that it does need a motion, it does need to be seconded, and it does have discussion. So I don't know if that interferes with anything that's going on right now. I don't know. I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Do you want the appeal that we're in right now?
What's that?
Do you want the language for the appeal that we're in right now?
Sure.
It was to ask, I asked Mr. Mays to leave and he appealed that decision. So that's the appeal that we're
Point
in.
of order.
But
What's your point?
Don't he make his argument and you speak last? We don't do that. Other than that, I could do that with Jerry and Tanya.
All righty.
You should be quiet.
Okay. Mr. Pfeiffer, you still have
but
the
I
floor.
believe that was part of the conflict that brought about the second warning. So I think it's relevant to what's going on.
Madam
right.
Chair,
Go ahead.
I support the chair in this. We will not get anywhere because this is purposeful by Mr. Mays. He does not want things to pass. And that's unfortunate that he's holding up the business of the city for his own personal agenda. I'd like to move this meeting forward. I believe you asked him to leave right after he said "my black butt," and then also lots of insults. So, and then he continued to berate you in the appeal, and it's not anything anyone should support. You have to be able to defend this appeal based on his behavior, and I've not yet heard anyone defend that. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the appeal? Is there anyone else in the appeal?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you. So in order to move the meeting forward, we must stop abusing privileged motions. We must stop. We must stop making comments about your brain. We must stop making comments about your conscience. If we argue ideas and not personal issues with people, we can get further. And it looks like at this trajectory, we're not going to get further with Mr. Mays at the meeting. So I support the chair.
Is there anyone else in the appeal?
Yes.
Go ahead.
When I read the rule.
Is your microphone on?
Test, all right. When I read in the rule 6.1, it say after roll call, the presiding officer shall ask for any additions or changes to the agenda. Agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer. It did not really talk about a motion or adding or taking away a motion. So I'm not sure.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, have you read Rule 7.2 or whatever that deal with amending the?
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
So what I was through you to the attorney, do we need to have this agenda change done in the form of a motion.
Councilmember Murphy, I was just looking up that question. And what I'm seeing is Rule 8.1, which states that all official action of the council as required by the city charter shall be by ordinance or resolution, but decisions on parliamentary procedure may be made upon motion. Other action may be made upon motion, including decisions on parliamentary procedure. That rule.
Point of information, Attorney Kim, would you read the 7.2 or whatever rule about amending the budget? Do you understand that's what we own?
Well, I'm trying to answer Councilmember Murphy's question. So Rule 8.1, when it discusses actions to be made upon motion, uses the permissive word may, which means that decisions on parliamentary procedure do not have to be made on motion. I see that sending the agenda for this body is a matter of parliamentary procedure. And so it does not specifically have to be made upon motion in the council rules themselves, which, as is often repeated, supersede any provisions in Robert's rules. So
Point of information, Attorney Kim, if I may, Robert's rules come into play.
That's not a proper point of information. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Yes, it's a question. He ain't factoring in Robert's rules, is he?
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
So on Rule 8.1, other actions may be made upon. May is different than shall. So may means you may, but you don't have to. Shall means you have to.
correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Is there anyone else in the appeal?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Here, and I'm going to say this. Councilman Mays has every right to defend his position. One, because when we talk about, and this is Robert rules, we stated 6.1, 7.2 were conflicting and left some gray area. There was gray area. But when we have gray area, we have to go back to Robert's rules, which in summary, the agenda can be changed before or after it has been adopted. Before adoption of the agenda, motions to amend the agenda require simple majority votes. After adoption, motion to amend the agenda requires 2/3 majority vote. You shut him down automatically. You said before he has a personal vendetta against you. You've said that. We get it. He may not care for you. You may not care for him. He has a right to defend his position. He argued his idea, and he argued Robert's rules. He has a right to do that. He didn't pull something out. He stated Robert's rules, which is how we are supposed to be governed. And you do have 5 votes, just like our last meeting. The meeting kept going when point of order was mentioned probably 15, 14 times. The chairperson did not stop. Point of order means you're supposed to stop. It didn't stop. I mean, the rules, are we gonna follow the rules, kind of, sort of, which is we're kind of, sort of doing now and making them up. He was arguing a point, Robert's rules. It wasn't something, and it has nothing to do with personal. This is the business. I mean, I don't think he liked me all the time. And he's had some words for me. And the part that we have to figure out is, was it what he was saying, was it in Robert's rules? Was it true? Was it factual? It's in Robert's rules. And then you got upset. And at that point, it was like, let me get him out because I want to finish. But he was arguing an idea that you didn't listen to. It was Robert's rules. And then we had the debate prior to that. So how do you want to put him out for arguing and saying, hey, this is what Robert rules is stating? And that to me is a problem because where else he's supposed to state it to you. And then
Mr. Murphy, your mic's on. Mr. Murphy.
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, your mic's on. Sorry, Ms. Burns, proceed.
Oh, no, you're fine. So when we look at that, and I know sometimes we may have to backtrack it, but this needs to be backtracked. because council rules were conflicting, we have to go to Robert's rules. Robert's rules is very clear. And so for him to argue his point where frustration set in because he kept saying point of order. Point of order is what rule has been broken. Rules were broken and we had to resort back to Robert's rules. So his point of order was in order because of Robert's rules were broken. So, and I get the conflict, and there is conflict between many members on this board, but I think this needs to be walked back, allow him to stay in the meeting so we can move forward to handle the business. Because he was debating with you Robert's rules, because council rules are conflicting and have gray area. So that's my point. He wasn't saying something that was out of order. It was, when you say point of order, what rule has been broken? And there were rules that clearly we may have to go back to clear some things up in our council rules, but he wasn't arguing something that wasn't there that's already been in writing, or something that has not been adopted in council rules and something that has been adopted in Robert's rules. So that is my point.
Okay. Are you finished? Okay. Is there anyone else? Actually, I think that was everybody. Was it yeah. I have nothing more to say. Roll call, please, on this, Madam Clerk. As a reminder, yes sustains the ruling of the chair to ask Mr. Mays to leave. No overturns it. Roll call, please.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 3
Hey,
no.
point of order, Madam Chair, when you call the vote, I'm gonna ask to be excused. I can't even be around this
The vote is
lawlessness.
6 yes, 3 no. Mr. Mays, you've been asked to leave.
Oh, well, you ain't gotta ask me twice. This is
Thank you.
lawless.
Okay.
Because it was a point of order.
So now we are at, okay. So now we are at the vote on the amended agenda, which is to include resolution 230037 prior to public speaking, before public speaking, and then the discussion regarding ARPA at the end of the agenda. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
On the agenda.
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 3 yes, 2 no.
Mm,
I'm sorry, 6 yes.
There we
2
go.
no.
I was like, we're missing a couple. All right, so we have adopted an agenda. That brings us down to our first agenda change, which is for resolution 230037 as requested by Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, do you have a motion? Is your microphone on?
Thank you. I would like to move for approval of resolution 230037, repeal of Public Act 436 of 2012, the Local Financial Stability and Choice Act.
Is there a second? It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go, Kyle.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
so much. This is a resolution that I put together in collaboration with the law department. And we are, this was to send a letter to the state and stand in solidarity as a council and as the city of Flint to repeal Public Act 436. As you guys know, the emergency manager came and switched us to the Flint River and just caused a lot of damage financially to the city of Flint. So this resolution will be supporting the language that the lawmakers are doing in Lansing. Once we get this, hopefully if my colleagues support this, I would like to see a letter sent to our state rep, letting them know that we support them as a council, as a city of Flint. And also, I will also encourage my council president to do an attachment letter to Ben Harbor, Pontiac, Detroit City Council to see if they will join us in voting to support this appeal of Public Act 436. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, you said Benton Harbor, Pontiac, and where else?
Pontiac, Benton Harbor, Detroit,
Detroit.
Highland Park. Those are other cities that
emergency.
also was affected by the emergency manager.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round on this motion? First round on this motion? First round on this motion. Second round, any discussion? Any discussion? I will end out discussion in the second round on this motion by saying that I am very, very gladly going to vote yes on this. This public act has destroyed so many lives. It is ridiculous, and it's going to continue to destroy lives if we do not take action, support the legislature in making sure that we repeal this. Communities know their community best, and making sure that communities have home rule over those communities is absolutely paramount. So I am in full support of this letter to support the repeal of Public Act 436. Roll call, please, on the motion to approve Resolution 230037.
Ms. Burns?
Sorry, I've been having mic issues.
You
Yes,
Okay, I can see the motion. You got the motion?
yes.
Okay.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. All right, so next on our agenda is public speaking. Madam Clerk, our first public speaker.
First speaker is Mr. R.L. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell.
Hello. Is it up? Hello, I'm Mr. R.L. Mitchell. And to you, Madam Chair, since this is an act of God, you took the act of God for all the council peoples to come here tonight. I'm saying to you and to Mr. My Councilman Murphy that his secretary ain't here to take your notes because it ain't nobody there. You know, if you talking like she already there. You see what's happening. Don't want to work with the peoples and you, Mr. Murphy, to Mr. Murphy again about your ward. People's dying in the city of Flint because you ain't speaking up. You let the Black Club don't do their business. Do they own Bonnell? They got a couple over there killed their own father and sleeping in a tent in the backyard, and you ain't saying nothing about it. Been a whole year, and they just stopped. And the fireman has got electrocuted because you neglecting your duty, and now you're trying to recollect the city affairs without letting the city clerk do her job. The secretary is supposed to be doing that, and you act like she already there, and she ain't there. Just like the school teacher over there, act like she calling the shots, and it ain't recognized we the people, but we the people too recognize Hurley Hospital. We agree with putting Bishop Jones on the board of correction of Hurley Hospital because people of Flint scared to speak up when they used the word. The dude said, "Keep your black hands off my wife," and they refused to keep his black hand off his wife, and he sued the Hurley Hospital and got away with it, and now Bishop Jones is on the board. If you put him up tonight, and he'll correct that. Everybody's scared to say black and stuff, and he said black and got away with it, and you, Miss Madam Chair, agree with that stuff like you the split image of that guy that sued Hurley Hospital, turning all red and stuff in other people's backing you up, ain't saying nothing like Dr. Phil over there, whatever her name is, and I'm supposed to be a doctor and making fun of people all the same time and they ain't doing. Who do you think you? I mean, yeah, you lady, and Miss Hawker, the Priestley, talking that junk about the money, and we spending the opera funds on who knows all that junk is up in the street, act like we running out of opera money. But the governor doing her job, she's doing a good thing by making the people who come up put their parents in the house instead of the parents, the kids running back to the parents, and we're gonna fund them. But you up there.
That's your time, Mr. Mitchell.
Now listen here, you ain't have to do me like,
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
now you trying to do me like Mr. Mays. I'm like Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mitchell, your time is up. Mr.
Huh?
Mitchell, your time is up.
Bye-bye.
Next public
Okay.
speaker.
The last public speaker is Miss Anonymous. Mr. Anonymous.
Mr. Anonymous. Oh, I see. That looks like an S. I see. I see. I see.
Oh, Mr. Anonymous.
Yeah.
Good evening, council. It's the reason for that being like it is. I'm sure you all know. I'd just like to step forward this evening. Me and my fiance have been going through something, and I can't get into the details of it. We're not going to do that. Is
Yeah.
this mic on?
It is on, but hey,
Okay.
can the members of the administration again remember the acoustics so that we can be respectful of our public speakers? We're having a hard time hearing. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I'm simply going to make a request to each council member this evening. There's some things going on with this proposed witness protection program. Mayor Neely, Chief Green, Administrative Edwards, Tommy Johnson, Prosecutor Layton. We also need to get in touch with Judge Hammond and Judge Crawford. They are not aware of the things that are going on, particularly, I'm speaking of Judge Crawford and Judge Hammond, as to the witnesses to these murders. There needs to be an investigation brought about from this council with subpoenaing power for Mayor Neely, Chief Green, and Administrative Edwards. I didn't say one particular person, and that's Attorney Kim. That would be a litigated matter. These particular homicides occurred in Mr. Murphy's ward. MSP, Michigan State Police, and City of Flint Police are pointing the finger as to whose case it is, and there's witnesses out here not being protected and provided for. These alleged witnesses are going to court without protection for homicides, being sit down next to the defendant's family and friends on camera in Genesee County courtrooms. I'm going to end this now by saying, I would appreciate it if we could soak in a little bit more of what Mr. Mays is saying, because he's the one going to bring the point across the street. They fear him. When he speaks, things get done over there. All of you need to work together. Each and every one of you have homicides occurring in your respective wards at an alarming rate. I'm looking at these resolutions where the monies is going. No, those fundings need to be going some type of way, reallocated more monies to Chief Green. Chief Green is in position that he needs at least 15 additional police officers. He needs to bring back retired homicide detectives to help him solve these alarming rate crimes in his neighborhoods. He cannot do what he needs to do, nor Mayor Neely, if we get here and come to a council meeting, and I'm not pointing fingers, I don't have time for that, and we're discussing the rules for an hour. I'm not blaming you all. We all know We gotta stop letting the one individual point a finger and get nitpicking at us and not get us focused on what we're here for. It's been 2 weeks have went by since that resolution should have been passed. Oh, may I say it was 300,000 for that program, October 24th. Now it's at 100,000 for a period of 3 years, but it states on the resolution from June 1st through May. That's just 1 year. There's no way, council members, and you can Google it, WITSET program. There's no way $100,000 is going to support just one person being dislocated, not relocated. When you relocate someone, you give them the tools they need to be relocated. When someone is displaced due to an alarming crime that has happened, and these individuals are stepping up and being escorted out of here by sheriff, MSP, City of Flint Police Department, down 475 at 90 miles an hour with video to prove it. Because there are those on a 90-degree weather day sitting in your parking lot wanting to kill you with AKs and masks on. You all did your part. You got the funding. Something happened. Somebody dropped the ball. And this has been going on for a period of 8 months. I need you all to get them in here under subpoena, under oath, whether it's in an executive session private, because you can't talk about it when you come out of there. You all need to know what Chief Green is in need of, not pointing a finger at Chief Green. He doesn't have the power to take monies and just give to people. What he's in need of, and we all know what he needs, more police officers. We're putting money into pavement and all that stuff. Everybody here has homicides in their community. These are our youth that are dying, the future. And then we have adults that are stepping up that need to be protected. I'm so sorry, Madam Clerk, to run over. In closing, I'd like to say to each of you, look out for those that are out there trying to look out for the deceased. These people are not coming back. And if the judge finds out, the first thing a judge asks a witness, did anybody promise you anything? And last I checked, these witnesses have text messages, 3-way conference calls with a city councilman and a chief, where the chief is promising to enroll you in a witness protection program 4 times. Subpoena. There's no room for error when it comes to life. And these particular murders happen in Council Murphy's ward. He needs your support. He needs all y'all backing him. Get him in front of the chief. Have the chief explains the narratives of what he needs, and let's get it to him.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, are there any other public speakers?
No.
Okay. All right, that'll close out public speaking. Is there any member of council who wishes to
yes.
respond?
Thank you. The young man that just finished speaking, he spoke to me. He called me up on the phone. I never heard a follow-up call from him if things wasn't going in his way. The resolution for the witness protection plan was on the last city council agenda. We adjourned because 3 of my colleagues got up and left, so the meeting was adjourned. So we wasn't able to pass that resolution. Rather, that was going to be able to assist them on whatever. Also, prior to this meeting, the same gentleman that just spoke served me with a subpoena and a $12 money order on behalf of Councilman Eric Mays. So I'm very cautious. I mean, I didn't even know they was working together. However, until he just got up here and praised Councilman Mays, and then prior to the meeting served me with a subpoena and a money order that I tore up because I'm really not interested, but I will go to the court to deal with whatever we got to deal with. So I just want people to know when you come and you want us to help you, be careful. Be very careful, Because had he not served me with that subpoena and that money order, I would not have even put them together. But now he did that. I don't know what's going on with, and then he got up here and spoke and praised Councilman Mays, not saying he do things right, not say that he do things wrong. I don't know about that. So that's a whole nother ball game now. On R.L. Mitchell and what I'm doing in the third ward, been in there for a year. We just did a town hall meeting at Foss Avenue. I'm not sure if you was aware of it. We're doing a series of town hall meetings on a monthly basis. We got Ashley Capital coming to our next town hall meeting at Good Church, 1034 East Holbrook on March the 20th. You more than welcome to come and see what's going on in the third ward, while you may not know that I am out there doing stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond? Go ahead.
To Councilman Murphy, when you know better, you do better. When it comes to that witness who had to come here to advocate for themselves, that should have never been done. October the 24th, 2022, council passed a resolution to give them $300,000. The same resolution where we get ready to pay 100 and some thousand, I believe, for the renovation. That has not been given to them. 300,000. The 100,000 is for grants. That is not, has nothing to do with Tanya Burns. And I don't play with people's lives. They out here with no resources, nothing to support them. And they had to come here. So as he stated, what you don't know is how I have advocated for them behind in dealing even with the police chief. So that has nothing to do. That program is underfunded. Chief Green asked for 500,000. We approved 300,000. They here today asking just for the 100,000. We keep piecemealing people's lives together, and this program is being piecemeal. So when you talk about who walked out, you talk about your other colleagues who consistently walk out, and including yourself who walks out. But when it comes to their lives, I'll tell you privately, and you'll have sympathy or empathy for them because it's serious. They've been out here almost an entire year with no money, hiding, scared. I'll send you the video where they were escorted outside the city. Not once, but twice. They can't even stay in their homes. So when we talk about that, you said, my colleagues, you need to stop that. You don't quit coming for Tanya Burns. You're going to stop that. You want to talk, oh, you going to stop. If you want to say something, you got, you get ready to abuse the point of order, which he calls Councilman Mays.
Excuse me, what's your point?
I'm not understanding what my colleague is talking about when she's saying I'm going to stop whatever.
Yeah, warn him, and like you did, Councilman Mays, that's an improper use of a point of order. Warn him for being hypocritical of Councilman Mays' behavior, and you do it every single time.
Okay, Ms. Burns. I'm not going to issue a first warning to Mr. Murphy. Ms. Burns, as a reminder, we must maintain decorum. There is no warning for hypocrisy.
Let me tell you, Allie, you issue out warnings to whomever you want to, whenever. You don't. He did an improper point of order, and look at him. Am I supposed to be threatened by your look?
Ms. Burns, this is the second time that I'm asking you to maintain decorum.
Excuse me, Magic. Can you ask him to maintain? Is this normal decorum?
Madam Burns, he's just looking at you.
Oh, no. Okay, so I was just looking at him and you asked me about decorum.
All right, so this is ridiculous and incredibly unprofessional. This is incredibly unprofessional. We're gonna remember our decorum and we're gonna maintain and we're gonna move on with this meeting. And we are going to, we're gonna maintain professionalism. What's your point?
Over here talking about me using profanity. I need you to warn him because you're creating a hostile work environment.
Ms. Burns, from where I'm sitting, the only person creating a hostile work environment is you.
No.
Okay.
Excuse me over here swearing. Did you miss that? I just made you aware.
I did not hear anything.
I said point of order and made you aware. You don't often hear what's going on over here.
All right, Ms. Burns, I'm issuing your first warning. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in council response? Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in council response? All right, we will go ahead and close out council response. That brings us down to petitions and unofficial communications. There's also the communication from the mayor regarding the administrative hearings. And that brings us down to appointments. Neither of these appointments made it out of special affairs. So that brings us down to resolutions. I want to run through these numbers real quick because we did have a little bit of a rearrange. So the master resolution, if that's a motion, which the chair will entertain. But
Yes.
hang on, let me run through those numbers real quick. So 220530.2, 230026, 230027, 230029, 230033, 230040.1, 230043, 230047, 230048, 230049, 230050, and 230051. Did I get them all, Davina?
Yes.
Rock and roll. Mr. Murphy, did I hear you?
Yes, I would like to move to all the resolutions that you just named with any separations.
All right, master resolution for approval?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
support.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to separate 220530.2,
Can you, hang on, give me that number one more time.
220530.2.
Okay,
And 230040.1.
230040.1. Is that right? Okay. Are there any other separations? Are there any other separations? Are there any other separations? All righty, hearing no more, we'll go into our first round of discussion on the master resolution. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
through you to Mr. Osborne. Mr. Osborne,
Yes, sir.
what's your official title, sorry?
Pardon me?
What's your official title? Director of Maintenance or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know that the purchasing director stepped out for the evening. Can you give us an update on where we are with the elevator upgrades, the council chambers? Can you tell us where we are and when that is going to be proposed to be the construction started?
Well, I just got, tonight, actually, they told me that they were getting the last piece in for the elevator.
Okay.
They're supposed to have it within 48 hours, so we're looking at 1st of March to start the elevators, is what we're
Okay.
intending, supposed to be.
So possibly next week?
Yes.
Okay.
If everything goes right. We're just waiting for one more component, and that's
And
it.
then if the master resolution gets passed, we would approve the allotment for the chairs and the chambers as well. So have you had discussions on when they can start and when?
We're kind of
That
working.
timeline?
We were kind of working with Davina so we can figure out where we're going to go. We're probably going to go in the dome, I'm assuming, for meetings and stuff.
Sure.
So we're still working on the time frame on that as well. I mean, we got to work with you guys and whatever we come up with.
So is there anything going to be a lag as far as materials or whatnot? Is there anything going to be delayed once we get started? Or is
Not as far as I know.
everything for the carpet and the chairs there's not a long lead time? We don't have any discrepancies with that?
I can't speak for the chairs, but I think they were already available, I believe.
Okay.
But everything else is in order.
Okay.
We're gonna start whenever we come up with a date.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. That's it. That's all.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you. Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney. Oh, Mr. Kim.
I think he was eating dinner very briefly. wherever, okay.
Oh,
My apologies, I figured.
No, no worries. So in regards to the golf courses, who is that going to be the purchasing department that's going to put together the RFP? Is your department going to put that together? And how is that going to work?
I'm not sure who would be putting together the RFP. It would go through the purchasing department, but the usual practice, I believe, would be for the city administrator to assign that responsibility to somebody within administration to basically spearhead, whether that be law or planning and development
So ultimately it'll go through purchasing. There'll be an RFP out put through them. They may not put it together, but they will put the RFP out. Is that correct?
Yeah, all purchasing, posts that on the website, make sure it's publicized, and basically runs that process. So, we'll collect the proposals, open them at a designated time, generate, some sort of report on what proposals were received, along those lines.
In regards to the witness protection program, has the $300,000 that we've already allocated been distributed?
That I'm not aware of. I don't know the details of that.
Would that be Mr. Whittigan? Would he know?
Mr. Whittigan might have some information about that, but I wouldn't know. Normally I would point to Chief Green on that, but he's not here.
Would Clyde know?
Mr. Through you to Mr. Whittigan? Sorry, Mr. President.
You want me to stay up here for right now, Councilmember?
No, I'm good, thank you. Mr. Whittigan, last year we allocated $300,000 for the witness program, I believe through ARPA funds. Has that been allocated yet, or what's the status of that?
I will look into it to make sure I get you the full report, but I don't believe that 300,000 has been distributed out of the city. It's been earmarked for distribution, but I want to check.
I thought we passed a resolution for
Okay.
that. So can you check to see?
Yes.
I believe we've passed a resolution allocating that. So I just want to know why it hasn't been allocated. If we've passed a resolution, if
Yes,
I'm
right.
mistaken and we haven't, you let me know.
Yeah, I will just check on that and then email to the full council.
Okay, yeah. Apparently we have, so we passed it on October 24th, 2022. Can you
Okay.
give me some background on it?
That's the ARPA proposal, correct? Your actual ARPA plan?
No, I believe
Or is that a
is the
resolution
allocation of-
specifically for?
That's the allocation of the 300,000.
Okay,
Yeah, I believe that we passed that allocation before we passed the budget. I think that was just.
okay. Yeah, I will verify.
Can you
and
find
email
out
you.
for that and let us all know? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Oh, real quick. I got to get this out before they call me out of order. If during the budget process, during the, trying to word this correctly so it's applicable. Never mind, I'll get you on the sidebar. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Are you finished, Mr. Pfeiffer?
I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Whitaker, before you get all the way back, the 300,000 from the Witness Protection Program, the prosecutor was saying that it's over here. How long does it, my microphone's finally went off for a change because it stays hot. How long does it take if that money was there? Because that same pot of, in that same resolution, it was also the renovation for the council chambers. How long would it take to get that applied, that program?
So,
Or those funds to fund the program for the Genesee County Prosecutor's Office?
yeah, as you know, we have all the ARPA funds in account. So once a resolution passed council, we just go through the process and distribute it. Now, with this situation, we have to develop an MOU. So I would need to confer on where we are with an MOU. You know, we can't just write a check without an agreement like we did with the land bank for demolition. So once that's done, it just is a matter of going through AP.
Okay, because they did state in with Chief Green, the MOU he sent over, this was actually October. The MOU he sent over, it was signed. The only part they were waiting on was for funding, and then everything ceased. Then there was a press conference. And the money never went to that witness protection program. And the witnesses emailed everybody on the council. Emailed and then called people. I don't know who all got the calls, but they did email. And so the MOU is done. Karen Hansen took care of that. It was signed. And they said they were waiting on the finance department. So
I would have to verify the MOU's done and get, just like I told Councilman Pfeiffer, and get back with you.
So do you want me to send you an email, or because I was showing him my information? That's a big concern when witnesses have to come here about a program they were told to be in, to advocate for themselves, and they don't have research. And it's not even just them. There are several, we have over 130 some unsolved homicides. And some people may need a relocation as far as a U-Haul and first month's rent or something, you know, just small things, because this will help to clear up the cold cases. So what is a reasonable amount of time so that witnesses, because clearly they're watching, so they don't have to come here and sit in council chambers begging for relief?
Yeah, I'll look into that and email you and the rest of the council on that.
Okay, you'll look into it and state if it was passed on October the 24th. So you're going to look into it to, if the MOU is signed, I know that's signed, Karen Hansen had that done. Chief has done his part. I've spoken to the chief about it, spoke to him 3 times last week about it. And then also we have got, now it's stating in finance. So you're saying you're going to look, is there a window? Or is like a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day? Can you, before that program is funded? Because $100,000 does not do a lot of good for people. When we allocated and passed $300,000, Chief Green initially asked for, well, actually $500,000. And so the program now basically tonight is only for $100,000, and we still have a floating $300,000. Nobody knows where it's at. But I know they're accessing funds from that resolution because the chairs, it's a purchase order for the chairs is on that same resolution. And I believe it's item number 5 underneath public safety, where it states very clearly witness protection program for $300,000. So if you could please share, you know, if you have a time frame, witnesses deserve to be protected. Some of these people are already going to court, and they're in court and there's no one, you know, helping them. If I was a witness, I wouldn't do it. I simply wouldn't put my life at stake. And when they say snitches get stitches, I would be quiet because they're not getting any type of protection and they're showing up for court. I wouldn't do it. This is not a good look for the city when we're not funding a program to where we know that those people stay in those files and they duplicate more crimes. They continue to go out and do the things because they're still out there on the street. So someone has information, you know, and someone's willing to talk. You know, we need to, that's a program that needs to be funded. One, we're coming up on spring. We just had shootings this past week. We have shootings all the time. And to get ahead of it before the spring part, spring for some reason, people are out more, shootings increase during the spring and summer months. So if that program is funded, we can get some of these, let's say, bad actors or criminals or people who are in possession of guns, you know, and get them off the streets. This is something that needs to be done expeditiously.
Do you have the resolution number that you're referring to?
I will send it to you, yes.
Okay,
I'll
perfect.
email it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whittaker.
You're welcome.
Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the first round? Okay, in the second round? Is there anyone in the second round? Final call in the second round. All right. Hearing none, that takes us to the vote on the master resolution. The only 2 resolutions that got separated out of that were 220530.2 and 230040.1. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Hergenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. That passes. That takes us down to a first separation, which was 220530.2. Mr. Pfeiffer, you want a motion? It was your separation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would make a motion to amend. Hold on, I wasn't ready for that.
Sorry.
Make a motion to amend. Would somebody help me out with the 10 PM? What rule is that?
Yeah.
I think
I'd like to make a motion to
Here you go, right?
remove,
Rule 5.6.
remove Rule 5.6.
So to amend the language of 220530.2 to be 220530.3.
Or
Point 3.
point 3?
Yep.
Point 3 to remove Rule
Rule.
5.6.
Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Which one did you want to remove? 5.6 at 10 o'clock.
Is there any discussion on this amendment? Final call on this amendment. Hearing none. That takes us to the vote on the motion to amend Resolution 220530.2 to remove the language of Rule 5.6 and rename it to 220530.3. Roll call, please. What?
I'm sorry, I probably, you've already called.
What?
I was going to say, to make it a point 3, if there aren't any more amendments, if you just say the language without saying a number, in case there are other amendments, because I don't want to point 4.5.6.
Oh, okay.
So
That
just
works.
make the motion.
So just remove 5.6.
And
We'll
then
change
once it's
the-
done, then I'll change the number.
Rock and roll. To remove 5.6, roll call, please.
Sorry about that.
You're all right.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes. Yes.
Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenhoven?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no. There's that amendment.
Madam Chair,
Yep.
make a motion to remove Rule 6.10.
Sorry, I did not hear you.
6.10.
Thank you.
6.10.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Yep.
I'll support that motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
We already don't get the public input because of our meetings, and I don't want to deter that any further. So I think we should open up have our meetings with open arms and allow discussion. I don't want to stifle any public discussion, so I want public input at each meeting, not just the first one. I think that if there's something in legislative or government ops that has the ability to postpone or delay stuff in finance, and I think that they should be able to speak on the meeting for the agenda item that they want to. So that's why I made that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? The first round? First round? Second round? Second round? Okay. On the motion to amend the language and to remove Rule 6.10, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenhoven?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. I'm looking at you.
Madam Chair, I
Yep.
make a motion to, so do we do the motion to appoint 3 now, or we just do appoint? So I make a motion to amend for the changes 220530 to appoint 3
With the changes that we
with the
just voted.
changes that we just approved.
Okay.
President, just to streamline this, you might want to see if there are any other
Yeah.
amendments that other members want to make, and then we can vote on those. And then I've been making the changes here on my copy because I have the original copy, so I'll be able to print out a clean copy of the.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Are there any other amendments for the language before we go into the point 3? Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I misquoted myself. Actually, you're not, we're going to make another motion to amend it to the point 3. You've already voted on the amendments. This would just be a motion to approve as amended. And then I would call it a point 3.
Got it. Are we all on the same page? Cool. Are there any other amendments? Yes, ma'am.
Where is it? I wanted to make an amendment to the rule. I wanted to make an amendment to the rule in reference to call for the question.
Do you have a number?
Oh, I can't find it right now. I had it marked.
Rule 16.1 or 16.2.
What is it?
16.1 or 16.2?
Okay, this is what I want to happen as far as call to the question. I don't mind.
Well, what's
the-
your motion first?
The
before we go
the
into
motion
discussion?
is, I would like to make a motion to add that we must have one round of discussion before we call for the question.
Do you want to add that as a 16.3?
Yes.
Is that the proposed?
Add it as a 16 point.
Okay, and I'm going to say it back just because I want to make sure.
Yeah.
A motion to vote immediately is only,
After
yeah, what's allowable after
one round of
discussion?
discussion. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I don't have, I'm working with one monitor here. Motion to add 16.3. Do you have that language?
What I wrote down is a motion to vote immediately may only be made after one round of discussion.
Yes.
I have a question.
After one round of discussion, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Do you want me to call for the second first, or what you
I
got?
just wonder, are we amending 16.2 to that language he said?
No, adding 16.3.
So does it go against 16.2, which says it's not debatable?
It doesn't say that similar but different. This is a procedural thing. They're both procedural things, but this is saying you cannot have a vote to call immediately until after one round of discussion.
But there's no debate upon the.
Yeah,
on the
but
motion to vote.
the motion in and of itself is not debatable. Yeah. All right. Is there a second on that motion?
Support.
Who was that, Mr. Piper? Okay,
Um,
go ahead.
yes, I won't be supporting this motion. Usually, if we call for the question, I'm sure it's because we done beat a dead horse to death. So I won't be supporting this call for the question to be one round of calling for the question, because if we call for the question, no, I'm not, I just can't support this one. But yeah.
All right. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none, that takes us to the vote to add a rule, which would be 16.3, which would be a motion to vote immediately may only be made after one round of discussion during a regular motion. Or a pending motion, right? That'd be the proper language, pending motion.
I just wrote it as one round of discussion. I didn't specify that anything.
Okay. All right. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
No.
Mr. Murphy,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder,
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
3 yes, 5 no, so that fails. Are there any other amendments? Going once? Going twice? All right, Mr. Pfeiffer, you want to hit me with that point 3?
Just make a motion. The clerk said we didn't make it a point 3, right?
Well, you're about to make the motion to make it a point 3
Oh.
if you want.
Okay. So
Yeah, to approve it.
make a motion to approve 220530.3.
Yes. Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, go ahead.
I will not be voting on these rules. You guys don't follow the rules anyway. Like I said, and I'm gonna continue to say, it's a double standard here. Until you guys start being fair and follow the rules, then that's when I'll vote for rules. But until then, I will not be voting on these rules. Point blank. Follow the rules.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Is,
First, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes. First, I want to thank you guys for all the hard work you guys done putting together these rules. I looked through them, really didn't have a problem with them. There were some questions that I was looking at. I believe I submitted my questions, and I'm ready to vote. It's been a long time coming, and hopefully tonight we'll have new rules. Thank you.
all righty, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I will absolutely not be voting on these rules. I sent you a rule and you didn't put it in there, which is regarding social media. It wasn't, we talked about it before, still hasn't been put in. I've requested, I verbally spoke with you to speak with you. I have emailed you, which was your other request. You have still stated and not gotten back with me. I don't know if it's maybe your new job with the state that you're too busy. I don't know. But I think that we have a responsibility to answer. It could have been a phone conversation. But what I do see is when we look at the rules are not evenly distributed. They're just not. You don't share the same. You don't. So the rules, voting on them for what? You didn't put mine in there, and I sent it to you a year ago, over a year ago. So you aren't making space for what we all want. These rules are about who you favor, obviously. I was very clear with what I wanted, and we talked about it a couple times during in the council chambers. It's not on there, and how we were putting them in, and it was done. So when we look at this, these rules don't matter, y'all. This council is running rogue. You're doing what you want to do whenever you feel like it. You don't warn certain people. You just don't do it. You just don't. So as you raise your left eyebrow, that is true. It's very true. And we do need something with social media. So voting on them is a moot point. Even when we go back to, and we talked about Rule 6.1 and I think 7.2, and there was gray area, then we always revert back to Robert's rules. We still didn't do what Robert rules stated, because you have a right when point of order is called, and that is what rule has been broken, and that rule was cited. So now we're, maybe everyone's upset because we all got these. I got better things to do too than to go to this, but you know what? We going to this because he's stating it's a rule that was broken. So we clearly caught up in, or maybe to set the precedence. No one wanted to get a subpoena during this time. I didn't want to get one. I really didn't. I don't have really time for this, but I have to go there also. But when you chair, because you think that people side on certain sides and it falls the same way, you allow certain things to go on which are threatening, and you don't follow the rules, which is part of decorum, because you roll everything into decorum, your voice, your tone, your everything, and Ms. Burns and this and that. But you're gonna stop that angry Black woman syndrome because we raise our voice. Yours is the only one who's threatening. It's not true. It's not true. But you have been doing that consistently. As the president of the city council, you have to bring us all together. That means all the members. I did the proper way with asking you very cordially, and then I emailed you. Still hasn't happened. I'm not voting on these rules because we don't follow the rules here.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? In the first round? In the second round? Going once? Going twice? All right, well, I will close out discussion by saying that I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague in the third ward. Tremendous thank you to Attorney Kim, to Councilwoman Priestley, to Councilwoman Lewis for doing the work on this. There's a lot of work that goes into it. When I was serving as vice president, Judy and I had a lot of conversations about rules and stuff. So really excited to be able to vote for this. So with that being said, roll call please on the motion to approve Resolution 220530.3. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because the rules are not followed accordingly. We don't follow Robert's rules, council rules, any of the rules. They're selectively, people are being warned and put out of meetings. So on that, I'm voting, I'm abstaining because the rules don't apply evenly.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstentions.
Madam
That
Chair,
passes. Yes, Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to make a motion to amend resolution number 230040.1 to remove the last 2 paragraphs. It is further resolved that council staff shall forward copies of any council forms received to the City of Flint's Public Health Office. And it is further resolved that the city council requests that the
Point
Public
of
Health
order.
Office, based on the council.
Hang on, what's your point?
Point of information, did you separate that or did Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Pfeiffer did, but she asked
Oh.
for the floor first.
Usually the person who separates is the floor.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
And I also want it removed. It is further resolved that the city council requests that the public health office, based on the council forms received, refer submitters of those forms to the appropriate community resources for assistance.
All right, so the motion is to amend Resolution 230040.1 to remove the last 2 paragraphs.
Correct.
And then you said a second part to that, or did you just read that? I apologize.
just read the 2 paragraphs.
Okay. Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The reason why I made that motion is because we were in the middle of amending this resolution at the last council meeting when the quorum was broke, which is why that I made that motion, because I was the one doing the amendment.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion?
Hello, okay, here I go. So this resolution is for us to stop taking the ARPA forms that our office clerk has been receiving. I think it's 500 when that video went viral that Councilman Mays put out there, telling people to put in this application, and have people come into the office and come into the council chamber believing that they could fill a form out and that was going to be the form for them to be able to get some assistance. If we vote on this tonight, to my colleagues, what happens to the forms where people have, I believe Councilman May said that the compliance firm looked at the forms. Are you going to do, to the council president, Herkenroder, are you going to do a press release or something to the press to inform the residents that they should not come and be filling out this form? Because people believe, well, some people believe that the form is the form that they supposed to be, and they got it circulating out in the city too, believing that that's the form. So what's gonna be the next steps if we approve this tonight? What's the next steps? And this is a question to you.
Yep. I will work with the city's communication department to be able to send out a release. They've got a lot more of the media contacts than I do, so I'll work with Katie to get some statement drafted up.
Okay. And in that, I will hope that we do have some kind of process put in place for when the right time come, people can apply. We need to have some kind of ARPA resource guide, how to apply for, to get your house fixed, how to apply for businesses, because I know I have had a lot of businesses coming to me in the 3rd Ward that's wanting to be able to apply that was affected by COVID. And I believe they have a right to be able to apply for, here's where I'm at. I'm just go make it be plain. The money did come to the city of Flint for us to help people. I believe residents deserve to be able to get help. And I believe that the businesses that had to shut down and close should be able to get help because they lost money or whatever they need to do. And I am going to be highly upset if I find out in the long run that the residents out there will not be able to apply for funding because we done got all of these different organizations together. I'm telling y'all, I'm just being real. When the dust settle, these residents and these businesses better be able to apply for some money and get some money. That's what I'm saying. And if they cannot go nowhere and apply for some money to get some help for their business, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, wasn't that the purpose of the PPP funds to help businesses?
Proceed.
Thank you. The COVID, the $94 million that came to the city of Flint was to help the people. The residents the businesses that had to shut down because they couldn't open, they deserve to be able to get some money. And I'm gonna just leave that right there. If y'all put something together and these businesses don't get to apply when they've been coming, waiting to get, we finna have some problems. That's just that. Even the residents with their homes, they the one need the help. Why would we be giving the money to somebody else when they had to shut down because of COVID? And now all of a sudden we got $94 million and they can't get none? No. But yeah, I'm gonna support this because I do believe the application didn't need to be going out there like it did. That was not my intentions to put the application together with the vote of our colleagues to have a series of 4 meetings for people. But you know, people, they ain't know what to do. The process been a long time coming. People waiting to get some help. So we need to help them. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Yes, ma'am.
For Paul Yells. The form needs to be, the way people get the money needs to be simplified. I know last week, Councilwoman Priestley stated that someone I knew thought they were going to get funds from filling out that form. And Mercedes Kenny said, absolutely not, that was not true. And I think when we peddle misinformation to people, because she's a businesswoman and she's a civil rights, she's an activist, you know, and she knew when you fill it out, there was no EIN number on that or social security number. Mercedes simply did not say she would or feel she was going to get money for filling out a 1-page form. It wasn't even double-sided. And then to say, Tanya, you're somebody you know, that was just not true. Switching to the system, one thing for a lot of people, I think for seniors, when they're going to the nonprofits, I think the process may be a little bit more difficult for them, but I think with the more we need to get it out to the community for giving them the information how to get it, because seniors will be easily distracted with the price of groceries now. Food is more expensive. Utilities are more expensive. So offset and doing home repairs for them is going to be a lot more. But I think that when we talk about the form, moving out from that input form, the initial input form, which is what I never had one person tell me that they felt that that form was going to net them any repairs, not one person. If so, I did direct them. And I attended not only my meetings, all 4, but I attended 2 of Mayor Neely's meetings. So I was very clear with that. But moving forward, the community is a bit concerned that they don't want the money to be aided by the nonprofits. They do not want that to be done. So I want to see some good done in the community for those who stayed here, who live here. And it would be nice to hear some good stories, you know, about it. And I'm looking at all these 501c3s that have popped up, and it has become the new hustle. And I don't want that money to go to the 501c3s as opposed to homeowners or people who are living in the community. There's a lot of 501c3s which have recently been set up. And I would like to get it to the residents, those who would never have an opportunity to do something to improve their property, to get a roof, get the blue tarp saw, to maybe repair porches. We've been working on sidewalks, you know, to do something good for the community. But switching and going over, I think that's a great thing, so that people, we're all on one accord. I don't think it hurt having those because that information was put. It made people feel that council wasn't just ignoring everything that they were saying, that when they came to those meetings, that their concerns were valid. And then the compliance firm put them on a spreadsheet. And we told them at the meetings, there would be another process. Not any of us during those meetings said, when we were there, this will get you the money when we had those meetings. I can't speak for anyone afterwards but myself, but at the meetings, that was not said. Not at one meeting was that said. So if someone used it in any other way, Tanya Burns wasn't there, but I do know the people I spoke with in all of my community meetings, it was very clear. And then anyone who can comprehend, it says input. It doesn't say application, and it doesn't say process. So it says strictly input, and that was it. It doesn't state you're going to get repairs. Now, people went far out with adding stuff on that. I mean, but you can't control. There's always going to be, nothing's going to be 100%. And there's going to be some errors. But fixing that to where now we're at the process, I think we need to, we need to make sure we have good information so that we're all on one accord, so that we're giving consistent information to the residents in our wards. so that it doesn't change. Now, how is the application? When does it start? How long? When is the deadline? If I need help, who can help me with it? Where do I go? We need an informative sheet so we can give out to people, something that's tangible that they can see instead of the verbal communication. We need some straight written communication so that we are consistent with how it's going to be done. That's it, Madam Chair.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? In the first round.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Through you to Ms. Ferguson. Ms. Ferguson, if you could approach, please. So I just want to clear some things up. When we initially put the form in motion, we all agreed this was data collection only. We all agreed. However, the form took a big pivot during the mayoral primary election when Mr. Mays did a viral video. So we can play the video, but no need to because we all have seen it. And the video says, Elvia was telling people to come fill out this form so they can get some money. That's what the video was saying. And at the conclusion of the video, it said, and vote for Eric Mays for mayor. And the clerk verified that the forms that people, that's when everyone came to get the forms. So the amount of forms being given out went up exponentially after he made that statement, because people were told during his video on TikTok, not on TikTok, but on Facebook, to come and get this form. So yes, this was the word put out. Initially, it was for data. We knew that it was being compiled for data, and that's what they're using it for. And so I'm just going to pause there because I don't want to muddy the waters. It was meant for data. A few days before the election, it was turned into an election tool. And after it turned to the election tool, the amount of sheets distributed went up because people were under the impression that that's how they receive money. How do I know? Because people were calling me, asking me. People were saying, I was telling my friends to put down no less than $30,000. I told all my friends to put down, they need $30,000. Because they thought that this was a way to receive funds and not a way to collect data. This was said. So thank you, Ms. Ferguson. So I just want to clear up a few things. Where can people find more information about the ARPA process in terms of technical assistance and a lot frequently asked questions about ARPA? Is there an avenue for people to find out this information?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Dr. Lewis. Yes, cityoflint.com/ARPA has all of the information that anybody needs, and it's being updated constantly as we get questions coming in. We are adding them to the frequently asked questions page, so everybody has the same level of understanding of the entire process.
Okay, thank you. And so we're putting forth this resolution tonight to stop accepting the applications of the initial forms, because we already have the data. We already basically set the budget. And so those forms that we currently have, what is the compliancy firm doing with those forms?
So at council's request, they are going through each and every one of those forms, and they're compiling them into a spreadsheet that's being shared with the Office of Public Health, so they can easily contact folks and try to provide referral services.
Okay, so I want to make sure I heard you correctly. So the forms that we collected, we're not leaving them on the desk. We're not omitting those forms. We are making sure that those individuals that were told that they can use this form to apply for funding, we are utilizing that as a springboard to give them information to where they can receive alternative resources.
Yes, there are several who have already contacted the Office of Public Health. They've referred more than 100 folks to local resources and services for essentially home repair. That's been the largest number of calls. But as we receive more information, specifically that spreadsheet from Ernst & Young, then the office will work to contact folks and help connect them to services that are immediately available. This does not mean we are discouraging people from going through the application process later to apply for funds to, through ARPA to get their homes repaired. But we understand that there are a lot of folks who need emergency assistance right now. And so we're directing those people accordingly.
Thank you. And so lastly, before I allow you to take your seat, to dispel the myths that's going out about the money is going to nonprofits for nonprofits to come up and not going to the people, could you please explain to the colleagues where they also probably can find this information on ARPA, on the City of Flint website, but can you explain why the money is being granted to the nonprofits?
Money is going directly to nonprofits, or they're going to the nonprofits for direct service to residents, because the city is not able to cut checks directly to residents, does not have the capacity to support the millions of dollars of repairs that will be requested and needed. If you look at the ARPA application, it does tell you that there is a 10% administrative cap. So we've designed this to make sure that those who are established nonprofits will take us, a minimal amount of administrative expenses, and the remainder would go to whatever projects or home repairs or whatever that they've applied for. They've applied to execute.
Thank you. Is there anything else you would like to add, Ms. Ferguson?
Not tonight.
Thank you. And so could you please give us the location where we can find all these information, including the frequently asked questions about ARPA again?
Sure. You could actually, there's a button right on the City of Flint's website if you don't remember the /ARPA. But if you go to cityoflint.com, there's a button in the upper right-hand corner, I believe, specifically for ARPA, or you can go to cityoflint.com/ARPA, or if you're ready to go ahead and apply as a organization, grants.cityoflint.com.
Okay, so let me ask this last question. Sorry about that. So for nonprofits that may need assistance, help applying, do we have help?
We do. There are 5 technical assistance providers that can provide one-on-one help for all of the nonprofits, or some of the nonprofits, or whomever needs help with the application. There's actually a session tomorrow, I believe, at Flint Development Center from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for nonprofits in their computer lab, so they can get direct hands-on service with a computer in front of them, help them upload documents, answer questions, whatever it is that they need to do. That's happening tomorrow at Flint Development Center. So we've included a lot of assistance for organizations, those who have never had to work with federal funding or apply for federal funding. We've done everything we can to make sure that they have all the assistance that they need to be able to apply.
And how much is this assistance?
It is free.
It is free?
It's free to the city, and it is free to those who are interested in applying.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ferguson. Yeah, that is all.
All right, is there any other discussion in the first round? In the first round? In the second round? Is there any discussion in the second
Madam
round?
Chair.
Go ahead.
This colleague clearly understands the difference between a nonprofit wanting money and a nonprofit processing the application. Clearly understand. I don't need a tutorial on that. What I do want to make sure is that the nonprofits don't get the bulk of the money and the people do. So those are 2 different things. And as far as Councilman Mays campaigning with that, Councilman Mays is his own entity in itself. Wherever he does, so good, he is a colleague. He's singular. He's not plural. It's whatever he does. No one can judge what he does. I mean, he does what he wants. So if he was campaigning with that, Tanya Burns never stated that anyone should put down 30,000. Tanya Burns never stated that you can get money from that. Not one time did I. Matter of fact, Tanya Burns didn't even vote to approve the fund. I was not in the 6 colleagues who did because I knew that it needed pertinent information such as your EIN number, your social security number. And then when you have processed a loan or done business in our adult life, you understand there's other documents that are going to be needed. None of that was on that form. So whatever he told, I can't speak for him, but he is a colleague. He's not colleagues, not at all. So when we talk about getting back to every senior doesn't have internet. They don't. People will call me and my phone drops and my internet, my UVerse drops. Everyone doesn't have internet in the city of Flint. So having something written, I would like to have like a flyer to where, you know, you can have the information. It's just another tool of helping the citizens. That's not at a high cost. Everyone just saying, go out and, you know, to the internet and do it. Everyone doesn't have internet. So for those who aren't comfortable navigating, then they should have another tool. You know, a flyer, where to, how long, approximately how much, an informative one. So that's just a simple request to have that done so that we don't have people giving misinformation, like as in the data form when whatever a colleague, as they're stating, allegedly told people what, I don't know what he told them. I wasn't there. So whatever he told them is what he told them. And to make that clear, that needs to be put on, if he was campaigning, that was him. You know, and that's done. That's not the point that we should be making now. We're now at the point where residents are applying. A nonprofit, I clearly understand.
We're not at point of information. Did you know that we're not at that point?
You didn't let me finish.
No, I just want to correct you. Thank you.
No, you're not. Can you please warn her that was an improper? Okay. Yeah, but you should be paying. You don't pay attention when you're calling.
I'm very much paying attention.
Yeah, well,
I'm
she
very
listen.
much paying
If
attention.
she's talking, then can you warn her, please? That was an improper point of information.
That was not an improper point of
Oh
information.
no,
to
when she
proceed.
called herself checking me, did you hear it? And her, did you? Okay. Anyways, getting back to residents all don't have internet. They don't. And so giving them one source to get an application is difficult for many because they're
Point of
not
information.
What's your point?
Did you know that the residents have not begun to apply yet? So
I didn't say they were, so quit interrupting me, and I'm not taking yours. Let me finish before you interrupt. I said they need to. I didn't say today. They need to. So when we talk about that, you want to be so right, not listen. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I didn't interrupt you during your time. Residents want another way other than point of information. You just want to be right. Stop that. Let me tell you what the seniors are saying. I will tell you, but y'all get, this is ridiculous. So an informative flyer is a simple request. So when the opening date is there, where they can apply, if they don't have proper internet, you know, letting the residents know through you, Madam Chair, to Lottie Ferguson. And is that something that's reasonable that we can do, an informative flyer that we can give to people with information on it? That's what I was getting to before I was interrupted twice. You know, and I'm sorry, Lottie, because I work Mrs. Ferguson, because you and I have always had great respect for each other.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilwoman Burns. A flyer, and this is just my opinion, the flyer at this point in the process, I'm not sure is necessary because we are right now looking for organizations to apply. And so at the time when it becomes necessary for individuals to apply to get assistance for their homes, then I believe at that time that a flyer would be fantastic. But
that's what I'm talking about. I just want us to be consistent. I don't want council to not have the same information that you have, because I know you've got a lot that you're processing. So how can we make it easy? And I have a lot of seniors, and a lot of them they're getting anxiety, you know, with thinking, well, how do I do this? And then there's other programs out there that they're applying for, which I'm sending them to those programs now. So I just want to make sure we're on one page. If your office could have that when the time comes, so that we can have good information coming from you.
Right, we'll work with whatever organization is awarded the funds for home repair to make sure that there's already been some conversations about making sure that this is an equitable process and easily accessible for those who need the help.
Awesome. When will we be getting the names of the 12 people?
So we have 10 members of that committee confirmed. We've had one person who we discovered was ineligible. 2 more have declined, and there's still 2 more that have not responded to emails and phone calls. And so there's still a couple of vacant spots on that. And as soon as I can get, the entire committee confirmed, then council will be the next group notified.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, is there any other discussion in the second round? Second round. All right. That brings us to the vote on the motion to amend resolution 230040.1 to remove the language of the last 2 paragraphs. As a reminder, this is just the amendment. Then we will need to vote for the approval. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes. Oh. Hey, I'm over here. I abstain. No, I'm just.
Zero hesitation.
Ms. Worthing.
Oh, my voice got way deeper. Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
7 yes, 1 no. The chair will entertain a motion to approve resolution 230040.2.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call for discussion. All right, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
7 yes, 1 no. That is approved.
Motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair?
I have to entertain the motion to adjourn first. Is there a second?
No. Sorry.
Withdraw.
Can I
You with-
withdraw?
You can withdraw.
I'm sorry. I thought that we were.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Make a motion to approve for first reading 230052.
Withdraw that.
is there a second?
Support.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Dr. Lewis, is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to send resolution ordinance 230052 to second reading.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I said that all wrong. Approve it for first reading. I said that all wrong. Approve it for first reading.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch you seconded.
Dr. Lewis seconded it. It was made by Mr. Pfeiffer and seconded by Dr. Lewis. We're at the vote.
Is this for?
This is for the ordinance for city
Is it
administrator.
up for discussion?
I called for discussion.
Oh, okay.
We're at the
I
vote.
like the floor.
You would like the floor?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see what the urgency is for a job classification change for the city administrator. He already in a position. We got a lot of other stuff that we need to be doing in the city of Flint. We still ain't spent the opera dollars. There's just a lot of other things that we need to be doing. I don't see what the urgency is to change this job classification for a city administrator that's already in a position. And this is just, to me, a pathway to be able to allow him to get a pay increase. I won't be supporting this. I don't dislike Clyde Edwards. I think he's doing a fairly decent job in his position. Going in, he already know how much he making. And I know this ain't about how much he making, but Why are we even here talking about a job classification change for the city administrator? Why is it so important to deal with it now? I'm not going to be supporting it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that this is in a hurry. I think this is going through the right process, and we'll hear from the public during the public hearing on this amendment or on this ordinance. So there's still a long process before this goes into effect if it does pass. So I don't think that this is in a hurry by any means. I think once we hear from the public, we'll be able to better gauge how the public feels in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Is there any other discussion on first round?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
echo the sentiments of my colleague in the 8th Ward.
Is, okay. Any other discussion on first round? Second round? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to approve for first reading, ordinance 230052.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
5 yes, 3 no. That motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Support.
Been moved and properly supported. Roll call, please.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing, Ms.
Ms.
Worthing,
Worthing? Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
7 yes, 1 no. It is 10:22. We are adjourned.
Hey, Quinn. Work? You good?
Okay.